everybody, and welcome to the Trailblazer Spring Draft Tournament. We're talking players all over the skill range. We're talking about. Oh, 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 apologies. We are having a bit of echoing going on here. Um, if you could let me know what can uh solve it, but if yeah. Perfect. Okay, getting word now. We're all good. But Trailblazer Spring Draft Tournament we have here. So I'm here as always with my boy Silva Fox. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, Delta. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I'm looking forward to this Pokemon themed draft tournament. We've got 6 teams here now ready to duke it out in Swiss format here. So each team is going to play each other over the course of this tournament. So and uh after the pool play has been done and the results have been calculated, we will be going into a single elimination semifinal and final. So, a lot of Halo action ready for you here today, and maybe just a little bit of a teaser for what's to come for the Trailblazer Championship Series later this month.
Yeah, later this month and the rest of this year here, we got plenty of tournaments on the horizon. So plenty of action going to be coming your way, and a lot of familiar names from the HFT community going to be competing and duking it out today. And every time I feel like we come together and bring all these people together, we always end up having a good day of Halo. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely, and we will be touching on that as we go throughout the day. So details will be available real quick, but for right now, we're getting ready to hop into recharge for a little bit of oddball action, right? So I think here, like our 2 teams today, I mean, I'm looking at them here. We've got, of course, the team that we must spiritually be, supporting here, which is the Pika Plasma Posse, right? We've got Benjo Stark, Ubanik, not that one, Roddy, and we've got Nikki Nobody. So, um, they are going to be facing off against the Squirtle Squadron, which is Viz, My Shot, Slender Prime, and Silent Serenity. So, a lot of interesting things coming out here off the rip.
Yeah, off the rip already. Pika Plasma Posse able to get that camo. 2 down on the side of their end. 2 go down for both sides here. Both teams just trying to feel each other out here. And I think Oddball is just going to be a great opening, especially you're talking about a best of 3 series, for both teams to get warmed up, to kind of get a little bit of chemistry rolling. There's going to be plenty of time for them to get the guns warmed up and feel out the other team. And so you can take an early lead in a best of 3 series. What a great shot by Viz.
Oh man, he is just unlucky that Viz was there on the prowl, because those were some perfect shots. I actually thought that the positioning was quite strong there by Pika Plasma Posse. It was just that those 5 shots coming in, I mean, both these teams are filled with players from different skill ranges, right? People are drafted one at a time. Snake draft that happened an hour ago. So these teams are relatively unfamiliar with each other. But you've got Sharks, and those are the captains. Those are your, Vizes. Those are your Benjos, And we're gonna have to see how the team are able to adjust to each other.
Yeah, adjust to each other, and whoever does it the quickest and gets things rolling is going to come out on top here. Best of 3 series doesn't give you a lot of leeway to kind of figure things out. It looks like both these teams kind of evenly matched here. Pika Plasma Posse, that's going to be a fun one to say throughout the day. They're currently up 33 to 1. The 3 Ps up currently 33 to 1 here. It's a good lead to get out here significantly, as Squirrel Squadron here able to kind of match them for kills right now, but not a lot of objective time, as Nobody here continues to pick up the ball, trying to get a rotation over here to long haul. Got a couple spawners here on C plat. They're going to kind of pave the way for them Squirrel Squadron start to push into the bottom of control here to cut this off. It looks like they're going to be successful in it. Mickey just hanging out, milking as much clock as possible, but gets taken down there over by Sneaky. 3 down for the 3 Ps. And Squirrel Squadron here are going to have the opportunity to start to get some points on the board.
Absolutely, and we're not seeing a massive swing here when it comes to the kill differential. It just seems like Plasma Posse are using, you know, a lot of good positioning to get themselves a bit higher on the efficiency scale. Like, they're getting the kills that matter, and off the back of them, able to put some points on the board as a result.
Yeah, and I think it's showing there. I mean, 3 down for Pika Plasma Posse, and Squirrel Squadron not able to get any time on it, but still hanging out though in the slays for sure. As there's still a lot of time left in this first opening round, as the ball is still at its reset spot in the bottom of batteries. 2 go down for Squirrel Squadron.
Yeah, Outlaw there flanked, and some great work there from Rod, just making sure that that player had their entire focus on him, while his teammate was able to wrap around on the flank.
And Rod here being heads up here, grabbing that fresh shock rifle. 2 down on the enemy team here, tries to line it up, but my shot isn't sick. Definitely looking sick today as he was able to take him down. Enjo.
Yeah.
Very familiar with the shock rifle. He definitely don't want it in his hands here. He's having...
Oh, it goes out!
Going tit for tat there to top of gold, not able to come out on top. Oopnik grabbing the ball here, trying to milk as much time as possible. Resets it out in the batteries. He's got a couple enemies here in the back of gold.
Absolutely, and they're doing very well at, you know, when the going gets tough, they are resetting very quickly. They're reacting very quickly to any kind of hardship they're facing in the fights leading up to it.
And Camo was down there in bottom mid. I don't think my shot was able to get it. The 3 Ps in a great position there to probably get it and pop it. Benjo Stark trying to be a one-man army here in the back of gold. Does not win the 1v1 there. That's going to be tough as Oopnik comes in here with the camo. Able to get the double beatdown on Viz, but he's got some company coming in here in gold. Pipes, they don't see him.
Oh my god, interlink! Oh my god!
3 go down for Squirrel
all
Squad.
Dead. That's some fantastic, like, patience there from Ubanik. Able to wait until all of them group up, getting the absolute most you can out of that shock rifle by taking down the shields of almost 3 players and allowing his team to clean all those 3 kills off. Excellent work there from Ubanik.
Great trigger discipline.
Oh yeah, and that's not something you say often in Halo Halo Infinite, right?
Yeah, it can be tempting there, especially with the camo, but just being a little extra patience there, able to get that basically flank and really shut down Squirrel Squadron here as they're facing a huge deficit in the first round, 83 to 14 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, sometimes it takes a group of Squirrel, you know, just a little time to form up their posse, you know. I mean, maybe, like, you know, some of the members, they're still looking down the back of their couch, you know, looking for those sunglasses, which are, of course, an essential piece of apparel for this squad.
Love the Squirrel Squadron. Definitely gonna need one of those shades, as right now, 3 down on their side right now. They gotta find some sort of play to kind of shift the momentum here, as the 3 Ps have been basically doing whatever it is they want to do. I'm not sure if we'll be able to burn camo down bottom mid though.
Well, we can't be surprised that Pika Plasma Posse do have a bit of an advantage here on recharge. You know, they are in fact themselves electric type. So, you know, they are fancied in a matchup against the water types on Squirrel Squadron. So these are the types of things we're going to have to look out for during this game. How these teams are going to be able to use their type advantage in the matches to come.
You know, that's the next level analysis you get at Halo Fun Time. Can't get that on any other broadcast. Delta always delivering the hits here. My shot isn't sick though. Taking away the electric weapon from the 3 Ps here, trying to make some work here. He got some damage on a Whirlpool, but
unfortunately couldn't get the stab bonus. didn't get the stab bonus. You're a water type, but you're not going to get that extra DPS off of that electric attack. So, unfortunately, will go down. And here is Benjo Stark just patrolling up that top glass, evening up the scores here at 14-14 in this round 2.
And Ubnik wisely resets the ball here as he has the Squirrel Squadron pitching it from both sides. My shot is sick. Going down in a pivotal 1v1 there in the bottom of Whirlpool. Rod takes the space here. He's able to get top gold control. Laying down some damage in the bottom control. Gets the mark and the kill assist. The rest of Squirrel Squad are going to be spawning here in the bottom of A as 3Ps are going to have the ball here in the backside of gold. They can shoot out back of long haul if they need to. But right now, trying to read where Squirrel Squadron is going to be pushing from. Rod anticipating back of those gold pipes there. 2 go down the side of 3Ps. It's now an opportunity here as Rod is the last one alive here, trying to do as much as he can in terms of gaining timing, laying down some damage, and he gets the reversal in the top gold.
Oh my god, no right to get anything from that situation. Only player left in his team surrounded by enemies, able to get around, get a trade out, which allows his team to be on an even keel for the team fight coming up.
Yeah, for Squirrel Squadron, the majority of this game, they've not had the numbers advantage, and it's shown in the scoreboard here as Pika Plasma Posse here, winners of the first round, already going over the halfway mark in the second round as Rod here looks to make a play with the camo, just patrolling the top of Patrol, this crucial choke point for the spawns for Squirrel Squadron who are trapped basically in the bottom of A. They are able to get a pick here, but Ubnik already past a minute and a half of objective time here as he keeps continuing to tick away. Wisely resets the ball here. The rest of Squirrel Squadron in the back of C. 3Ps wisely taking control of the gold side, anticipating the reset, so just one step ahead here. One goes down though as they try to get a little bit more time to milk on the clock.
Yeah, and that's the poison chalice that is back C for your enemy team. It all looks so well. It all looks so good. But I mean, even though you're 4v3, all of your team are stuck over on that C side, and there's not really much you can do in that situation other than kill Nicky Nobody. And it doesn't seem to have impacted too much because yes, they have the ball now, but they have a hell of a deficit to come back to from with this in this oddball game.
Yeah, heck of a deficit here. Benjo Stark looking to try to close the door here. Gets a quick double kill in the back of gold and over by Big Door and Long Haul. My shot isn't sick though. Wisely anticipates the pressure here. Able to rotate all the way across. But I think a
too
member,
fast for him.
Yeah, able to go see steps and to cut him off here. They're going to be able to set up here in Long Haul or push out top gold.
This is a very dangerous position now. Only 20 seconds remaining, but I mean, there's no obvious hold for Squirtle Squadron if they're able to break this, but I don't know that they will be able to. There's so many options available to Pika Plasma Posse to escape from this situation for just a few more seconds, and it looks like, oh, a fumble at 99! And, oh, that ball is still up there, unfortunately now. They're gonna have to get that ball, and the problem is, if they go back C, like, you toss that ball at your own peril, because all Pika Plasma Posse have, or need, is a beneficial spawn to hop onto that reset point. So wisely going up to the strongest possible hold location at top gold, and it was going to be their only chance to pull this one out, but unfortunately, they left themselves too much to do in the closing part of that match.
Yeah, mountain to climb, and shout out to Ubnik who ceremoniously closes out that oddball game as he definitely prioritized the objective, having 2 minutes and 21 seconds on the ball. Very impressive stuff. And that kind of been,
I
that
mean,
was a little bit of the
almost
difference
top
maker,
fragging
really.
as well, right? I mean, look, you got what was it, 20 kills? Like, you went 20 and 15 with 140 seconds on objective. That is insane. You never see that. That's an unbelievable stat line.
An unbelievable stat line and just showing the efficiency coming out of the 3Ps there on the recharge oddball. If you're on the other side of Squirtle Squadron here, you do have Slayer Streets that could easily kind of just be a different tempo mix up here, a lot more fast paced and tight knit. Kind of can work and use that advantage in terms of the slays because the slay numbers were pretty even throughout. It was just that objective efficiency that was the difference maker in round one.
Definitely. Some great analysis there, Silva. I think like coming into the streets game, things are going to get a bit weird. Like I don't know exactly how this one is going to pan out. These teams look like they're toe to toe when it comes to slaying power, in at least objectives. But as we always say, this is different, and this is them facing elimination, where best of threes all the way to the final until and best of five there. A nice little quick weekend uh of Halo action. So you know, let's see how our players are able to face up on street.
Yeah, and don't forget to mark your calendars. We have another tournament, another Trailblazer Championship Series tournament coming up on March 23rd at the end of the month. So if you're out there watching this and this is something that you're interested in getting involved in, be sure to check out the Halo Fun Time Discord, welcoming the players of all skill levels, playing some competitive and some casual modes. So a little bit of everything for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking you know, uh like it's going to be a very good year here for Halo Fun Time and the Trailblazer Championship Series. I think this has been just like I would say probably the most exciting project I've been part of since I got involved in the Halo space. And you know, just the Trailblazer Championship Series is, our quarterly big tournament, and it's for all players, all skill levels encouraged. You can form your own teams, you can look for teams up here. Just be sure to drop into the Discord at or you can get an invite for that on halofuntime.com.
Easily get in there and join the fun as we start to get things kicked off here on Streets. Slayer. 3 go down for the side of Pika Plasma Posse. Squirrel Squadron here, looking to come out here, firing Viz, able to get an early kill and pick up the shotgun. 3P spawning over here on the top of B rail in the back of Arcade as they start to push out towards top A. Viz here is going to be on the flank as they have a good control of about 2/3 of the map here. Now he kind of makes his move here to start to get the pinch here. He's got Benjo on the top of B steps here, not seeing him. Gets the quick nade shot, cleans him up quickly. As 3 go down for the 3Ps here. We're talking about a 7-4 lead here. Ubnik almost burns the camo, but it flops out, and Rod is there to pick it up and capitalize on the fresh camo.
Absolutely. And, in my shame, I have not had much of a chance to use the camo here on streets in a competitive environment. So I'm looking to see how Rod is able to open up this game with the camo in his, well, chest.
Yeah, and as he's looking to make a flank, though, he's got a teammate Benja Stark who's just cleaning up some easy kills here. He's probably only got about 15 seconds left on it. He catches the spawners over here, gets a perfect on driveway. Nice shots, but the other 2 members of Squirrel Squadron squirt out to B steps. And they're coming back in for some action. They don't know Rod's over here. He's able to lay some frag damage down over there on B steps. Not able to get a kill.
Yeah, they're just surfing. They're surfing all over this map, and they have they're beaming. Some would say a bubble beam of damage downrange, but it's led to them now having a 4-point lead here in this early game, as the scores are 14-10 in favor of Brenna.
For them to come out here and get the second map, it would be a Blastoise for them as they can get back into the series. All right, we're done.
Are we? Oh man, I'm going all day here. you guys like at home? I mean, I hope you're ready because we've got. Oh, this is all Pokemon themed here, baby.
Nice, I like it. I like it here. And, even though we have the yellow shirts on, we aren't partial to the Pika Plasma Posse here. We support all Pokemon.
Oh, I'm Team Gengar.
Oh,
I'm Team Gengar all the way.
Seems like a good guy to party with, honestly.
He does. He's a cool dude. He halos and doesn't afraid of anyone.
That's what you need here, and it looks as if, as we were chatting about here, we got an evened up series here, or just a 1-kill lead here for the 3Ps. They answer back rather quickly, which is going to be really important as we start to hit the halfway mark of Slayer, in which most people claim, Slayer really doesn't start until about the 25-30 kill mark as we start to creep ever so closely to it. Benjo with the red gun able to lay down some quick damage here. He's got my shot weak over there. Repulses the plasma and sticks him for the double kill. And the triple kill. Oh my god, what a play.
And Joe, he is smelling the blood in the water. He is running as fast as he can to try and capitalize and get this overkill. But the moment has passed. He's going to have to settle for the gentleman's overkill as he completely flanks the Squirrel Squadron here and puts them in quite a vice grip here. They have to push into that unfavorable fight now on B, or else they're going to risk getting shot from every location.
And continuing his run here. I believe he has now 8 kills on that killing spree, but of course the caster curse comes in to put him down. But right now he's sitting at 11-5 and leading the charge for his team as they now have a 5-kill lead here, kind of just having their way here on streets.
Yeah, you know, I mean, like the early game of this or of Slayer in any map is quite swingy. Like, I'm not too worried now at 7 kills. If we're talking about 11, 12, when we get past 30, that's when you start to maybe have a few doubts in your mind as to whether or not Squirtle Squadron can take us to a game 3.
And they're going to be looking for Viz to kind of lead the charge for him right now, sitting at 9, 4, and 7, leading them in the slays. And we've seen him make some big plays here before. If anybody was familiar with the overkill he had on King of the Hill on Solitude several months back, that was probably one of the craziest plays I've seen here. And Viz has it in his bag here to get his team back in. He takes down Benjo Stark in the back of Trash, rocking the BR Bandit combo, looking to take some space over here on Cafe. Catches the spawners and the rest of them in the back of A. Wisely stays alive here and gives them something of a distraction here at the bottom of purple as the rest of his teammates start making their way across the map. He wasn't expecting the shotgun right there around the corner.
Yeah, that was a fantastic little ratty play there, because things could have gotten a bit out of hand. Like, Viz can go off, as you were saying. Like, I mean, we have seen it happen before. And, you know, I think now, just when it comes to Squirrel Squadron, they need to make sure that they don't start cycling, right? You know, if I'm Viz, I'm just saying, okay, right? I have the hot hand. I'll take the first shots, and then we collapse, right? And let's not step out too much. We don't want to give away the first kill in. As I say that, unfortunately, Viz does find themselves in a rather strange situation. I don't think he was expecting anyone there to be on B.
Yeah, that was tough right there as the Squirrel Squadron tried to take space, pushing up in driveway, and was immediately shut down. And of course, the lead is now ballooned to 10 kills as 3Ps have blood in the water. They're sniffing it. The game did slow down for just a bit there, and it looks like it's going to start to slow down the side of Squirrel Squadron as they do have from PD to back Cafe control here, looking to see where that push is coming from. Viz here anticipating that push through planters, and he had the eyes we have. He, of course, would see the rest of the 3Ps ganging up over there on planter side, ready to put some damage down and get that first pick and then start the attack. But Silent Serenity, not sitting and waiting for the action, goes out and pushes them back. The trade goes across the board, and 2 go down. Unfortunately, on the side of Squirrel Squadron
needs to go down. It does. For them to have a chance here. You know, Silent Serenity being a real fly in the ointment now, but unfortunately for him, he is now the flanker and gets completely collapsed upon as lone man. 9 kills now the difference, and with 43 on the board for Pika Plasma Posse, you know, it's gonna be very difficult for them to find a way back into this game 2 and this series.
Yeah, monumental comeback here, and perhaps more of a monumental collapse on the side of the red team here, as they're only 5 kills away with an 8-kill lead. Benjo Stark running around unafraid, ready to flank through the seaside. There is a member of Squirrel Squadron who's basically stranded on an island here at the top of C. He's going to be easily picked up and ganged up on by Benjo Stark. The rest of Squirrel Squadron over by the planners and back PD side here. We're starting to see 3Ps here starting to flood a little bit. They know they only have 4 more kills here to get them. Viz trying to rat here.
Oh.
And his teammates. Oh my gosh. Oh,
and that's it. Down they go, and my shot taken out as the last player on the map for his team. 50 to 39 the score, and Pika Plasma Posse go 1-0 in our Swiss format here.
And they're looking good early on, led by Benjo Stark, a familiar name on this stream. We've seen him come up time and time again, and he does, of course, in the Slayer on Streets, going 19, 9, and 11, basically leading the charge there.
Nuts.
Almost gets 40%, 40% of the kills needed to win in
All right.
Slayer, and it's definitely something you want to have on your team if you're moving further into the tournament.
Absolutely, and every one of these teams has a shark, right? Every one of these teams, the highest CSR players, were selected to be team captains, and they did a snake draft to get all these players. So, congrats to Pika Piki, and best of luck for the next couple of games. Commiserations to Squirtle Squadron, but they have 3 games, or is it 2 left in this Swiss format? So they may be able to get their way into those semi-finals if they play their cards right.
Yeah, and it's just going to be what are the main takeaways that they have moving forward to adjust and adapt. It could be a little bit of the wake up call they needed. As I know for some of us gamers, we're kind of the late night crowd, and this might be a little bit earlier than what most people are used to playing. But the Pika squad, the Pika posse coming out on fire, winning definitively on the first round of Oddball and on Slayer Streets, are definitely going to be a force to reckon with moving further along the tournament.
Yeah, no, definitely. And yeah, just a great display there on both maps. Very much in control now. Some teams take a little longer to gel than others. Some of these players might be more familiar with each other than others as well. I mean, if you think of the draft order, some of these captains will be picking players that they know that they play with, and where they fall along that draft order kind of dictates who they're able to pick up. So it'll be interesting where we see maybe players who aren't as familiar with each other's play styles come up against teams filled with old buddies.
Yeah, and for the Squirrel Squadron, Viz definitely has it. He has the moves in his bag, so I would look to see him start to respond and kind of lead the way for the rest of his team as they try to bounce back into this tournament here. And already, though, getting things fired up and moving along here as we start the spring draft tournament for the TCS. I'm happy to be here back again. We got spring around the corner, warmer weather on the horizon, and a huge HCS season coming up. I honestly feel like right now, in terms of year 3 for Halo Infinite, we're in a really great spot for just competitive Halo, custom Halo, any and everything. And everything, everybody here is more excited than they've been in the past, for just in terms of like Halo and the entire scene.
Absolutely. And I think here now we will just head to a short break just while we figure out now after the first round's results are fully collated from all 3 games. We'll be able to see who our matchups are coming up now. Just the 6 teams that we have here today are Pika Plasma Posse and Squirtle Squadron that we've seen. We also have Gengar's Grunts, Snorlax Spartans, U2's Marines, and Blastoise's Brutes. Oh, we found out about this, like myself and Silva, like what, like an hour ago? Maybe 30 minutes ago? So yeah, hey, I mean, I'm gonna say, like, I'm just looking at the games that are happening right now as we speak. Just when it comes to the matchups here, I mean, Gengar's Grunts won against Snorlax's Spartans. Now, that is important. And the reason that is important is because it's another favorable matchup winning, right? Ghost type versus normal. You're not going to be able to hit them. They're ghosts, right? So, yeah, you can really use ghost type moves on a normal, but like he's got toxic, man. He's got all this kind of stuff. So, we're seeing now electric versus water winning. Like we've got Ghost versus Normal winning. And now there's an absolute banger here. The only game yet to post a result is, of course, Mewtwo's Marines and Blastoise's Brutes. And that's to be understood. because both of those type matchups are like completely neutral, right? Like that one, I'm just gonna say like it's gonna go to all three games, and like I don't know what was the third one. It's gonna be a 3-2 on capture the flag, on forbidden. So you know, uh, this is the kind of insightful technical analysis that I bring. That's what I'm here for. And we'll
And
see
you always
now. But
deliver. You always deliver, Delta.
yeah, so we will take a short break just while that Battle of Titans. I believe the only two still playing. And once we get that result, we'll have our next matchup for you, and we'll be back very soon.
They kind of looking to take some damage off. Still 2 go down for Blank Melee Dojo, and the clock is ticking for Amazing Trash Buds as now they're about to cross the halfway mark of round 1.
Absolutely, and I've got to say, some very active heads-up play there with the oddball, and that's how you want to have your objective player play. Head on a swivel, coming out, spotting anyone going around, and making sure that they're not just a passenger in these team fights.
Oh yeah, it's super important as the objective player to kind of get a crow's nest view and to keep all of your teammates within the frame so you can kind of see where the pressure's coming from and where you have to rotate out. So now the ball sitting here over by Cafe, fight's going down on Purple Street. Now, looks like there's going to be a bit of a flank here from the bottom of B-Step. Nice shots by Resolute Gray, getting the perfect and laying some damage down on B-Step, but Red Gun's still there. Red Gun goes down. 2 down to the side of Blank Melee Dojo. 3 now. Now it's going to be Amazing Trash Bud's ball to pick up here. They'll probably be looking to go into the top of C here as the rest of the spawners for Blank Melee Dojo is going to be in the back of A side. Composure, winning the pivotal 1v1, delaying them from getting the ball into C here. This is going to be crucial to not let them get set up here as they already have a bit of a deficit. It looks as if that's just Knight looking to get some scrap time down here by Benches. And unfortunately, he goes down as well. 2 down for Amazing Trash Buds, like Melee Dojo, having the numbers advantage right now.
Yeah, and that was a I think a good percentage play there, leaving that ball out, because you could have easily just had that ball reset if you left it where it was. When you get that chip time and put it in an even more awkward position, reset that timer. It really gives your team the opportunity to kind of, build on it, get back up together, or in the spawns, and just have a team fight with all 4 guns pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, sometimes you got to take what you can get, an oddball, and a little bit of scrap time here and there can really lead to a difference. I know you were calling it that this one won't go to time. So far, I think we're fast and furious in the early part of round 1 here, 50-34 currently, and nobody's really quite picked up the ball. Looks like it probably will reset here on the touch for some time. There's now two go down for both sides. That's just Knight looking to clear out the driveway here. They're going to be having the C side here from Blank Melee Dojo, but they're getting challenged over here on B rail. Rest of Amazing Trash Buds here pushing out the tires at the top of B rail. Resolute Gray able to get a nice kill there. That's a pick. 2 down. The Amazing C4 already being objectively present, grabbing the ball, getting set up here at A tower. He was looking for those PD spawners over in Caution, didn't see anything there. But now you realize the pressure's coming from the other side of the map here. Jakerson and Rod are starting to move in past Shotgun. Hyper crashing, put down some kills there. 2 go down for Amazing Trash Buds, 2 go down for the other squad. The 2v2 on the map here, only 1 left for Blank Melee Dojo. He's in the back here, pivotal 1v1, able to get the kill.
Oh, this is very, very impressive play there from Rod. Just keeping this game alive on his own. Bud there, getting the kill, and with that ball still around A, I mean, there's a chance for Bang Melee Dojo, but Jakerson doing everything they can to make it conceivable for their team to get their hands on the ball off the rip. But yeah, I think just I've been very impressed here in this round 1 by Amazing Trash Buds. You know, great, great team play, great discipline, great like game sense to just be able to play the ball, you know, when they need to be able to get that tip time when they can, and to have a very active ball player. I mean, all things are pointing in the right direction for them now, and I mean, it's going to take a big effort here to get anything out of this round here for Blank Melee Dojo.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these players have definitely played in 8s together, so they're pretty familiar with their play styles and how they're going to be doing this. We've seen a lot of this. There's a nice stick by Resolute Gray coming into the C steps with a vengeance there. He does get knocked down, but for a mixed tournament here, we're seeing lots of really great plays and teamwork here. Not like everybody's not really overcommitting to one particular side. You can tell they're communicating and seeing where the setup is at, and they're working, you know, different sides, different angles, putting damage down and capitalizing on it. But right now, though, looks like
here
to have a change of the tide.
Good job.
Let's go.
I mean, I don't know how he survives here, but if he manages to do so for 6 seconds, I mean, it's still there.
Ooh.
Keep Composure would have to do something insane, but the ball hits the ground with 10 seconds remaining. I think we're going to time.
Resolute Gray here at the bottom here, but yeah, just checking on it and making sure the ball, no one's going to be able to pick it up here in the last couple of seconds here, as they do finish out the round there.
Perfect shots.
A nice little statement, a little punctuation mark there by Resolute Gray at the end there, as they win 81-73 in the first round of Oddball.
Round 2.
Yeah, I get a lot of love for Bud in the chat here. 20-9 here in the first round. A very impressive stat line altogether. And yeah, can't wait to see what he has to say in this round 2.
Shout out to the rest of his teammates though, as Amazing C4, Hiker, Trash, and Resolute Gray all have a nice amount of assists. So they're feeding the beast in Bud right now, as he's now 21-9, making his way around Purple Street. Looks as if they're going to go for that A setup. They've been pretty comfortable so far, setting things up with the ball on the top of the tower, controlling Purple Street, and it looks as if Blank Melee Dojo continuing to push this side of the map here. A little bit of you know, insight into what kind of their preferences are, but Bud again shut down all of their pushes. Shotgun play.
Oh
my.
Shotgun camo play. Double kill. Killing spree off the back of that camo there. Some great work.
Look.
Oh, things are gonna get weird here. Can't wait to see what they're able to do with that. But unfortunately, it looks like Amazing Trash Buds were like just in time there. Noticing the PD pull or spawn and dealing with it quite well.
Yeah, it's such a touchy hold back here in the back of A. You got to make sure that you're defending Purple Street, but you got to have a little bit of a presence over in PD on caution side to stop them from spawning there. But Amazing Trash Buds able to react quickly and adapt as they're still continuing to hold the ball here. Bud now saying, I'm doing slave and objective. Let's go.
Keep Composure has to be careful here. He's got a boy in Cafe, and down he goes off the work of that. Some great team shots there from the Trash Buds, and yeah, like it's hard to see past them here at the moment with how they're playing on the map.
Yeah, now finally a numbers advantage for Blank Melee Dojo as 3 go down for Amazing Trash Buds, able to pick up the ball. They do lose one in the bottom of B steps. That's going to be the call out there for the red room spawns here. He's got a couple members pushing over here to planners. Keep Composure, looking to put some damage down. Keeps his life going here, circling around. Now he's going to be focused here on holding this planner side. 1 go down for each side. Correction, 2 down for Amazing Trash Buds. They're going to be looking to try to reset this ball here.
Spotted out.
Camo vision, Eagle Eyes, able to get him.
Maybe he has our outlines. Oh, up in heaven there. C4 getting away, but not to where he thinks. And that's just Nye able to clean up the kill there. And they're going to want to touch this ball soon, because if that ball goes back down into ATM, it could prove to be an awkward pull for them.
Oh yeah, 100% here. Looks like both teams here trying to clean out the back of A. Like Melee Dojo, they have them basically pinned here in the back of A into Purple Street. But Amazing C4 able to get the pick. Both teams trading one here as they just basically flip it on their head and take the ball into C side here instead of trying to hold the A side. Great rotation by the side of Amazing Trash Buds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's bought them some time here, but Bud is on, or sorry, Jakerson is on a mission. Ball played out to out front C, and Rod going for it. This hold here, I don't think it's going to be long for the world, but if they're able to get that to C, I mean, all bets are off.
All bets are off. They do have the numbers advantage still there at the top. Active camo on timer here. Looks like they're going to be trying Jakerson down to one shot here with that's just Edo. Looking to work that shotgun here over on purple side when he gets knocked. I like that
He's juking. He's jumping. Ball played out 1 second the difference here between the two teams. Bud here, just trying to play his life, got his hands on the red gun, which, you know, I've got to say, I really like the new placement of, you know, you have to fight for the red gun off the rip. It makes those pushes from C a little less oppressive off the start.
Yeah, 100%. We saw a little return to form, though, as he had the red gun back up there in the balcony. Definitely a great placement to have it in, but yeah, definitely a lot better having it in the red room as opposed to top C balcony. It's like, oh, you get C balcony and all this cover and red guns? Like, what? It's the other side that gave him window, so good to see him balance it out a little bit.
Absolutely. And yeah, these fights here going the way of the amazing Trash Buds right now. But Hiker finds himself in a world of trouble down in Trash. But Jakerson here, unable to turn quite quickly enough. C4 with the ball does try and play it as best they can. Gets that kill, which I've got to say is quite surprising. Great work there by C4 to pick that one up. And yeah, I mean, he's on a one-man mission here.
It was 3 down for his team. He was basically the only one in the back of C that they had to clean out. He continues to buy time, moving the ball around. There's only one member of the opposite team now down to one shot here. C4, little life. Get flanked from Trash, but I think he's going to make his way out of here, though. Based on the way he's playing, get some damage, but dang. 3 go down for amazing Trash Buds, and Bud here's got to do a little bit of a reset here on their push.
Absolutely, but man, that was a huge play. Making Black Melee Dojo work for every single second. And that's just Knight goes down. I believe he may have been a straggler on the off spawn, so that's to be understood. But Black Melee Dojo here now need to keep their hands on this ball because with the time where it is, I think they're just going to try and go for points here. Saying that though, ball drop down bottom mid, maybe a little bit of bait. Jakerson down, and Keep Composure now falls, and the ball goes into the possession of Hiker. And this is very dangerous now. They don't really have all that much time to coordinate a push here, so.
Yeah, it looks like they might try to just go for the win here, but the pressure's going to be coming in from C steps. They have the numbers advantage here. Ball still kind of in the bottom of C here. Does flop out there into the pillars. Battle going down on B steps between Composure and amazing C4. 3 down from the side of amazing Trash Buds. Only 1 member left at the backside of Tires here on B steps. Trying to put some damage
Composure.
down the ball. Great sneaky play by Keep Composure.
I mean, that's massive. I mean, they're over on Commando side. There's not much that the enemy team can do here. Oh, but Rod jumps out through the fire and the flames, 97, 98 now, and it looks like he's picked up round 2 for his team. My God, what a play there. I mean, they were made to work hard for it, and I mean, looking here, Keep Composure at what, 33 kills so far in this game. I mean, he's putting up Bud numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Keep Composure. Basically, Keep Composure and Bud, the 2 main slaves for each team. Bud playing a little bit of the dual role action there, as he also has a minute of objective time as well. But now 2 go down for both sides here. Hiker Trash able to escape with the ball. Active camo on timer here. That's going to be a big difference maker here if they want to make a push and try to get them out of the back of A here, which has been what really kind of led them to success in the first round here, was holding in the back of A. C, sometimes it can be a little dangerous, especially if you get wiped in the back of C. You basically drop the ball in the back of C for them then, and you potentially swap places. So good to see him going back to what was working in the first round.
Yeah, Hiker doing a good job here. just trying to avoid damage. I mean, he can see the kill feed. He can see that he's not under pressure, and just making sure that he doesn't get any silly chip damage off Hail Marys or anything like that. C4 goes, or sorry, Bud go down here now though, and I mean this could be a catalyst for the team, but with the B push now completely nullified, it's going to be difficult for them to infiltrate A here.
Yeah, that was a heck of a battle though between purple and top B rail, and then another pivotal battle here in the bottom of mid. Is that's the first person to go down. That's the pick Blank Melee is looking for here, but Jakerson goes down, making the move through Tires and B planters here. Another one goes down, another one shot inside of Tires. That's 2 down for the side of Amazing Trash Buds. Is now Resolute Gray here. He's got a bit of an impossible mission here to try to push through Purple Street. That's just Nito. Just being super neato, squirrely with that ball there. Nice double kill by Hiker Trash though, looking for the triple, but oh, the melee, the people's elbow whiffing into the air. That's always tough. But of course, Bud's there to clean things up here, looking to challenge Camo, but Rod getting away with the camo and surviving. That's going to be big here.
Yeah, Rod here now on patrol, finds Bud, wisely backs off, allows his camo to come back up, and with the ball in mid here, he could be the snake in the grass, and he is. Hiker now down for the double kill. Rod just really putting a lot of pressure on the enemy team there, given the situation. I mean, that's all they can do right now. I mean, 60 points the difference. Like, we're gonna have to see a lot of hard work here from the side of Blank, Dojo, Melee, Dojo, Blank, Dojo, Melee, Blank, Melee.
Dojo,
I'm
Blank,
sure I'll
Melee.
get one of them.
Enemy team
Melee!
Four go
It's
down to the
Neely.
side of them though, and they do spawn up here in the back of A, so they are in a decent spot. But it looks like they're going to escape out the back corner here and go to the top of C. One does go down for them as the time is ticking away here. They only need a single-digit seconds here. Hiker Trash looking to just stay alive as long as possible on the top of balcony, and it looks like he's going to succeed and win round 3 for the 2-1 victory in the first map of this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, excellent work there from the Amazing Trash Buds. Definitely putting down a flag here in the first game of her tournament, like, great work when it comes to just comms and kills. I mean, it was fantastic. And I mean, we saw throughout, as you were saying, like some really high assist numbers
I was trying
across
to
the
stay
board.
at least in groups of 2, like
Yeah,
first
really
So-
high
in
assist
between, but
numbers and
yeah.
lots of good like angle
also don't know the
covering and
call-ups
just
that well
staying
yet.
alive, and yeah, lots of from both sides really. I mean, I'm curious to see if that oddball one, if we had a best of 5 rounds for that one, how far it would have gone. It was really kind of a back and forth game so far, which leads into our second map, which has me excited for what's in store for these two teams.
Yeah, and what is in store for these two teams? Let me just have a quick look up here. I believe we have got Aquarius
Yes.
Slayer.
Aquarius
The
Slayer, such a
Proving
great
Grounds,
map.
man.
Such a great map, even for, CTF obviously is our favorite on Aquarius, but Slayer works just as well. It can be super fast paced, going to require lots of teamwork, reading the spawns, map positioning, and yeah, pretty sure Aquarius will go down there with one of the classic Halo maps throughout the franchise. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it is the Halo Infinite map, right? So I'm like, or like, no one wins here by accident. No one wins here by fluke. This is all down to coordination and teamwork. And I, I had an eye on the Black Melee, or sorry, the Blank Melee Dojo coming into this. I mean, you've got Jakerson, Rod, and Keep Composure, some very big players in our last tournament, you know, and I would be surprised if they don't come out swinging here in the second game.
Yeah, the usual suspects we've had on the stream, and they always seem to deliver when the moment is needed. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this map plays, considering that Overshield is down in the bottom of Planters now. It's just basically the opening strat is getting that Overshield. And it's also really interesting just to
Everybody
see.
back to the pile.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see though, like the central focus on that side of the map because I mean, for the most part, Heatwave was over there, and you didn't necessarily want to be stuck over in planters and spawning on Fridge, especially in Slayer. But now with Overshield there, it's going to be a bit of a huge difference maker in the way the meta works on this map.
Yeah, and with it being such just a nade hole, like it's very difficult. I believe.
Boom.
Oh, Gray went down before it got popped, so that camo is still on the ground. And with or Hiker, the only player up for Amazing Trash Buds, I believe that should lead to a blank melee dojo overshield, and it does. Jakerson with it here.
Nice, huge takeaway there. Overshield going to be a huge difference maker here as now Blank Melee Dojo has an early lead, 5-2, make it 6-2 now. Now is a little bit of a cycle. As now
Oh
they're up
no!
7-2. Yeah, this is
He
it.
found the third hard play, Silva. He found it. Nowhere to go for the C4 there. Unfortunate to see.
Hey everybody, we are back. I'm your host, Silva Fox, joined alongside Delta, and we're about to move into round 2 of our Swiss format for a spring draft tournament here. It's been a minute since we've been on the mic and on here streaming and showing you some more great competitive Halo from Halo Fun Time. Delta, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very good. I did like the first game. It was a bit of a quick 2-0 sometimes some would say, but sometimes you just need a little appetizer, You need a little bit of a jolt to wake up.
Little appetizer.
And yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the Pika plasma or posse, they gave us the thunderbolt we needed when we needed it, and now we are ready to see the Squirtle Squadron, losers of the previous game, go up against Mewtwo's Marines, who have also gone 0-1. They lost in their matchup against Blastoise, which, I mean, you would have thought Mewtwo, like, end game boss, you think they would get through unscathed, but no, Blastoise. He was in the gym with his trainer, and they trained and got good and beat him.
Hmm. Yeah, I would hate
Oh
to see what
gosh.
would happen in the matchup between Squirtle Squadron and the Blastoise Brutes. You know, it might be a long series that cancels itself out. But in the
Mm.
meantime, here we're going to move into round 2. Fresh new set of maps and modes. And yeah, just some pretty good Halo that we've seen already. You know, it was a quick 2-0 in the first round on the stream, but you do have to remember that these teams essentially came together to start the day as we have a draft style tournament going on here. So you'll see a range of all different types of skill levels on the team. So it's going to be on the captains to lead the charge for their teams, and some of the captains here are some familiar names we've had already on the HFT stream as we get things kicked off here on King of the Hill Recharge. Oh, I'm so sorry, Strongholds Recharge.
Absolutely, yeah, you're correct. And yes, we we do need to update the team names, however, and it is, I believe, Mewtwo's Marines are the red team here, and Squirtle Squadron staying true to their colors, and staying blue, um, as they are wont to do, given that they are water types. Now, it all just depends on what generation of Mewtwo kind of shows up here. I know in Gen 1, I was a big player of it, and like Psychic, very strong in that generation. And it's going to be interesting now to see if they're able to put the pedal to the metal now after their little trip up against these boys' evolved form and and put in a
Yeah,
grid. A good performance here.
Yo, great tangent. Love it. That's what they always bring to the table, Delta. And I love the commitment as here, Hoodler chasing his enemy down the back of Elevator, getting the pick here. Gonna have the opportunity here to flip A. He's gonna let the other team know he's here. Looks like nobody's going to be in a position to challenge as Squirrel Squadron starts to regain their full strength there in the back of gold. Now they have a couple members, Viz and My Shot, starting to push out here, looking for a Hoodler being sneaky here in the back. It's going to be a crucial first win there, and he gets
Oh,
it on
excellent
Viz
win.
and cleans up
Oh,
the second one there. Let's go.
he got that call, man. He got that call. Knew he was absolute, you know? And yeah, I think that was just a massive, massive brain move there by Hudler. We saw him wait to touch that hill until he was in a position to hold it. And what that did was allowed him to get his shields back and stay under the radar from these Squirtle. And you know, when he was able to fight, isolated the 1v1, won his fight, heard there was a player absolute down below, challenged him with no shields, but you know, sometimes you've just got to make sure that your shot counts first.
Yeah, and communication is the name of the game. You can usually tell just by watching the gameplay whether or not the communication is happening, whether it's being sent and received and heard across the board as Viz here looking to lock down A. He's got pressure pushing him from the top of control, and captain of the squad, Viz, 8-2 at the moment, leading the charge, laying damage down and staying alive and being an absolute pest in the top of A.
Oh man, what a life there. Cannot believe he survived that to get back in around A to safety. And now posting up with a good position there to cut off these rotations towards B. But unfortunately, his team under a lot of pressure around that B area. And he is going to have to OE over here to Catwalk to provide any kind of safety here for his team. But unfortunately, he's going to have to cut his losses here. Drop down to Dorito, but does end up getting picked up by Wildfire, and we might see the hills flip here for a trip tap in just a moment.
Yeah, triple cap on the table here. C is working its way to get flipped as the spawners on Squirrel Squadron try to get their corner cap, killing Hoodler there, who pushed in to try to keep the triple cap going. That's the first initial pick. Two go down from Mewtwo's Marines, and now Squirrel Squadron here are going to be in a great position to take some control here in the back of gold. Coltrane runs into a train on his own, taken down as Ninja Melon here, one of the last two alive on his squad. He's got great position here in the back of B. He's got the shock rifle in his hands. He's trying to make sure he gets a good play going here. He's going to dive out here, try to get this B cap. Looks like he's going to be successful in doing it, and then he's going to give his team the opportunity here to start getting some points.
Yeah, and I am looking here now, and I am seeing that I believe. Oh wait, no, this is strongholds, right? Not hill. So yeah, when the hill is at B, it's a lot smaller than this strongholds now. That they're after updating that, and I got tripped up. I apologize.
Oh yeah, the updates to King of the Hill rotation definitely threw everybody for a loop here. As strongholds, though, same sturdy map and mode type that's been in since the beginning of competitive Halo Infinite, and for a good reason. It's got a lot of different things to change the game up here as Viz grabs one of them in the shock rifle, and he's got the cross into control. He knows that there's numbers, an enemy team inside there in control, and he's just asking him, saying, come on, please, just go for that overhang push. I know you want to do it because he's got the crosshairs ready. Teammates there, My Shot controlling the top of A here. They have half the map in their control here from A to B, covering each other's crosses. It's going to be tough for Mewtwo's Marines here to kind of get out of this position here as they continue to grow the deficit here, almost 120 to 83.
Yeah, really stretching their legs now. But with A flipping, they're going to have to start making some decisions. Viz, maybe not feeling as hot, you know, when it comes to aim as you had previously. Maybe just still kind of working their way up through the gears still here. But still a very impressive scoreline leading the kills here. And yeah, just really, you know, sometimes you're not hitting every shot, but if you keep doing the right things, you're still going to end up with a great scoreline.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed that. I mean, we caught Squirrel Squadron in the first series, which they were down. They lost 0-2 in the best of 3, and I think you've seen a little bit of the adjustments here as we move into the next series. A lot more competitive on this objective style map, and I think Viz is doing a great job of not trying to do too much, but maximize what his 25% is, and we've seen that right now as he's 14-5-5. Is now Hoodler, teammate here on the top of bat ledge. He's got spawns in the back of gold here. They have B control and C. They're getting some points, about to tie the score up here. Now the other enemy team starts to make their push and start to challenge these points here. Pivotal 1v1 there. They end up trading out over by the end of long haul. Two
Oh,
down
they didn't get the
on
touch.
both teams. No touch. Going to be continuing to move. My shot. Clutch piv right there on B and clearing it out to continue to have control there and getting the damage over there in A. Almost in a position for a triple cap here. They got a spawner or a straggler over here in the top of A. They're going to outnumber them, clean A, and they have A, B control, and now they're going to be the ones in the driver's seat of this map.
Absolutely, but they have to be careful. They're 2 down here, and they need to get themselves in a position to be able to defend B. Outlaw has a big job on their hands here, and will go down under pressure from 2 enemy players. So it's all about the spawners now. What are they going to be able to contribute when it comes to that B hill?
B hill so crucial here, and there is a little bit of the unorthodox AC when the moment strikes. But it looks as if Squirrel Squadron there did try to go over there and get the C, but Mewtwo's are holding on to the AC hold here, starting to get some clock, you know, playing what they're given, and it's working out for them.
Absolutely, and we can see by the scoreline that they have, in fact, used recovery, right? They are closing up the scoreline now, restoring their own hit points, which never annoyed me as an 8-year-old. It's fine.
What's the cooldown on recovery though? That's what I'm wondering.
Oh man, I mean, it's a free thing. You can do it every turn if you want.
Oh man, sounds
Rude.
OP.
It is, man. Oh god.
Now
But
Hoodler,
like,
Hoodler patrolling the bottom control here. They do have A and B control on the side of Squirrel Squadron. They continue to grow the lead here as it's been back and forth here. But it looks like we have one of the biggest leads we have yet here of the almost 30 points. Hoodler making the push, able to clean out my shot in the bottom there. 2 go down from the side of Squirrel Squadron. U2 has the numbers advantage here. They know they got a straggler over here by half wall. They flip A easily. But hey, maybe not going so easily as Viz being a pain in the back. Gets a kill, runs away, stays alive, and they clean off A there as the last survivor is going to be Serenity. He's going to be able to flip that A. What a great play there. Oh, it's still going down for A. It's not
downtown, but it's still going.
It's still going.
Oh man, they have already moved on to B here, and yeah, it looks like they might actually be able to get this. I mean, yes, they will be losing A, but any pivot off of B is better than the back rank hold. But here we have now Squirtle Squadron just you know, trying to make sure that they're on the rotation. And man, this is one of the closest games of strongholds I've seen in quite some time here, Fox.
Yeah, love to see it. You know, it just goes to show both these teams won it, and definitely just an absolute kind of bloodbath for every little cap here. Nobody giving an inch. Say that 2 go down for both sides here. Really haven't seen one team come out on top, and the scoreboard has been an indicator of that, as is now a bit of a 10-point lead. But we are coming down to the last final second, and AC in Mewtwo's control here. Viz locking down the back of B, but they're not getting any points here. Rest of his spawners come up. Camo in the bottom mid's going to draw everybody out. Great damage there. Patrolling the top of bat ledge. Picks up the shock rifle. Lines up the headshot. Oh my gosh. On the second try, though, able to get it. First time only nipped a little bit of his head, and then the second time a full clean shot on Hoodler there. What a great play by Viz.
And yeah, like some fantastic plays here. Lining up this remote det here is Coltrane. Making sure now, very important job, needs to hold A and needs to live, just to allow his team the ability to spawn up around them and make that push onto B. Now, this is a very important point in the game, right? We're up over the 200 point mark, and it's all about who's able to keep their composure here at the end, because that's normally what separates a close match like this. When things come down to the wire, who is going to be able to pull out the victory?
Victory on the line here as now there's still neck and neck here coming into the last final parts here. AC has been the dominant hold here, a little bit unorthodox, but what's giving the team the lead here is coming down here in the final seconds. A huge 1v1 there. Viz bending A all on his own. Rest of his teammates taking up control there. We do have a ninja on the kill feed by Hoodler on Outlaw. Hard to tell though, online beatdowns are pretty unreliable. The Squirrel Squadron here be in a great position here, only a couple seconds away from getting a win. It's going to be huge after that first series they had where they were down 0-2.
Absolutely. This is the kind of confidence boost that we want to see for Squirrel Squadron. Maybe help them get a little out of their shell, you know? As the time ticks down here, it doesn't look like U2's Marines are going to get any traction on any of these hills. So game one goes to Squirtle Squadron.
Yeah, it's got to be huge for them. You know, Viz really making a significant impact there, maximizing every little play that he did, and for the rest of his team really coming together, which is a great bounce back. You know, the first round we saw them go down 0-2. Now they're got kind of the lead here in the best of 3 series, and that's kind of the do or die mentality of a best of 3 series. You know, every map is so big.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with my top NA caster here alongside me. You know, fantastic
right,
stuff.
Coming live from Denver, Colorado. Delta, where are you coming live from?
Limerick, Ireland.
So, and we're joined along side by side in the booth here. A great time we're having, and it's just a great opportunity.
Absolutely, and you know, Sozer making sure that this is running as smoothly as possible. You know, everything's going very well here now, and as we come up to this Live Fire Slayer match, what are you thinking, Silva?
Live Fire Slayer, just a great map overall. It's going to be one of those classic maps that'll be in Halo Infinite 2, 3, and 4 when those eventually come out. Just kidding. But Live Fire, just a great, well-balanced map. You know, the sniper up top mid. You got the camo over by Turbine. Nice, well-rounded map. And it's really going to come down to which team is going to stay connected and kind of make the right pushes at the right time. We saw, you know, in terms of recharge strongholds, everybody knew what points to kind of battle over, whereas the nice part about Slayer is just the fluidity of it, where the fights are going to be taking place, and whichever team is working together is going to come out on top.
Yeah, and I'd like to see something from like Mewtwo here. You know, I mean, a lot is made of his kind of legend, and the last thing you want to do when you are held in such high esteem by a community such as the Pokemon one is to kind of be a bit of a letdown at the end of the game. You know, the last thing you want is to come across this ratty 10-year-old trainer who held on to their master ball and just tosses it at the end of the day and just like one shots you. Like, I mean, don't go out like a damn squib. Come on, you've got fight in you. You're gonna rise up and you're going to, I can't remember what he did in the movie, but I'm sure it was impactful.
Sure it is. Pokemon themed tournament, missed opportunity there, but for sure we've seen definitely different types going against the other one, and yeah, you know, I'm just excited to see the Swiss format. You know, it's just a really great style for a lot of these different players. It gives people more opportunity to play more games, and
yeah,
which is good. You know, you're talking about a best of 3 series. If it was a best of 3 double elimination, you cap out at only 2 series, but in this scenario, everybody gets the opportunity.
Trust me, I know. Oh.
Delta, a man of the people, able to be in the booth and on the field last time.
Hey man, I mean, yeah.
Our on-field reporter giving us the live scoop. It was a great cast.
Oh man, it was an experience. You know, I've fallen off a bit when it comes to the the competitive scene. I am trying to get back in now. Watch this space. Not specifically this space, but like this one, and we'll see how that goes. Um,
No,
but yeah,
it's gone great so far, and yeah, I'm having a good time with you, Delta.
no, always. Yeah, and we didn't coordinate this. This is just how in tune we are. In sync. We're both just wearing yellow. It just happened.
I know people are gonna think we
Uh,
want the Pika posse to come out on top,
oh,
but
absolutely.
this was just
I'm
like
I'm Gengar all the way. I mean, look at me. I am Gengar. I'm like,
yeah. I like how you looked at the camera.
yeah.
Nice.
Oh man. God. I am not looking forward to how quickly I get shivved by Souza here on the thing, we're just gonna have Gengar across the bottom. Oh man. But yeah, no, having a great time. And here just on live fire now with the overshield gone, it's all gonna be down to you know, who controls the sniper. Camo is nice, but it's such a big and open map that it's a lot harder to get some use out of it here. You really have to put your ones and twos together to be able to get or like squeeze every kind of ounce of sneaky goodness out of it.
Yeah, and Mewtwo's maybe a little early opening strat. They really emphasized that turbine, and unfortunately weren't able to control that side of the map. Also, sniper up, my shot able to get it uncontested here, able to read the rest of the spawners. He goes down, snipe up there in top sandbag. Mewtwo's Marines though, one flanks around backside of A and able to get the kill and pick up the sniper himself. 2-5 in the early going here. Squirrel Squadron up early. Continuing to grow their lead a little bit here. They get the first
Yeah,
initial pick and the second one here in the back of mud, and looks like they're off and running from the first map into the second.
absolutely. And if they are able to pull out this 2-0 victory, they may actually gain enough experience to evolve into a war turtle.
And around round 2-3, that's true. We could have 2 Blastoise squads by the end of this based on how these things go, but obviously
Absolutely.
Squirrel Squadron here, they're going to have to get the win to continue that evolution, as it looks like they've definitely bounced back from the first series we saw them in into the second one, firing a lot more on all cylinders. Wildfire here, he has the sniper over by dummy ramp. One down for the side of Mewtwo's. Wildfire trying to kind of wrap around here and get some pressure. Able to pick up the assist. Now the rest of Mewtwo's Marines here, they're a little bit spread out. They got a member over on C Plat. They got Ninja
Oh,
Melon throwing the people's
oh,
elbow here into cuts and able to pick up the win here with a great flank and timing on that.
yeah, a fantastic kill there from Melon. Unfortunate there, sometimes, especially when you're put under that kind of pressure, you might have or feel like you have to get a bit too aggressive, and does get taken down in the trade. But at this moment in time, I think if you're Mewtwo's Marines, you have to really start, planting your feet a bit. Sometimes the best way to move is to stop, and just make sure that you're able to link up, with your team and then start putting your foot on that gas pedal again at your own rate. You want to dictate the fights. And the only way to do that is by, taking your time.
Yeah, taking your time almost and then knowing exactly when to strike here, as it looks like Mewtwo's able to get away with the camo. 3 go down on the enemy side. Squirrel Squadron here going to have fresh spawners coming up. Their lead cut down to just 3 right now in the moment.
Oh.
Huge trade there across the middle. Wildfire, though, on the opposite side of the action here, looking to try to make the most of his camo. Laying down damage here on top of sandbags. Gets the killing spree. Nice shots from him. Runs into another one here over on Cuts.
Oh, what a
Great
grenade. Oh, so unlucky.
Levid's just running right through it. Right now, he's firing
mean,
on all cylinders, too. He's 11-4-4.
yeah, Viz is really starting to show up now. In the last game, he warmed right up and has been showing us what he's all about. We've seen this guy before. Like, we've seen the highlight reel, I mean, we don't technically have a highlight reel, but I've just watched the VOD again. Uh, but yeah, Viz has been doing some great work here in HFT, or in our HFT series, the Trailblazer Championship Series, and other assorted Trailblazer events.
Lots of Trailblazer Championship Series events hosted by Halo Funtime. Going to be coming up, bringing you more tournaments, more Halo action. Right now, Hoodler delivering the action. They're laying some damage down there in the top of Sandbag. He and his teammate Doe do go down. They're only down by 3 kills at the moment. A neck and neck game. Glad to see it. We saw it go back and forth the entire time through strongholds, and we're getting a little bit more of the same here on Slayer.
Yeah, and good shots there from Coltrane. We're keeping this now within that 3-kill mark. It's a fantastic kind of achievement here, because UT's Marines were on the back foot for a decent amount of this game, and in the last few moments, we've seen some good play from Wildfire, able to bring things back almost to parity. And as long as this isn't a delayed trade out, which it looks like it is, the score is still uh, or 3 the difference, and we could be looking at a tight one here.
Yeah, tight one as we come down here, coming into the latter half of Slayer on live fire. Not sure if Camo was burned over there. Looks as if Viz coming around to clean up some damage. He gets taken out. 1 goes down for each side. Make it 2 for the side of Mewtwo's, but Coltrane coming down here trying to clean up some damage. He's outnumbered, able to get the double kill and survive. His teammate gets the one in the back, and 3 go down for Squirrel Squadron. They're down by 1.
Oh man, that was fantastic. And now they're up level, like, so as long as they're not traded out, which they are, of course. I keep saying this. I must stop. But 1 kill now the difference. And Coltrane here with a big job here, trying to slow down that grenade by Hoodler after the hosing that Coltrane was able to put down with that assault rifle, able to take them out. And unfortunately, they have slipped 1 back, but we could be still mid-trading situation. 2 dead from Mewtwo's Marines, but it looks like the Squirtle Squadron are going to live to see another day and maintain that lead. I say that, though, as soon as Viz goes down.
Viz goes down. Just a 1-kill game at the moment here. Looks like Squirrel Squadron getting pushed in the back. A big door here. Silent Serenity. The wave coming and the wave washing him out as they're able to give up the sniper here. Wildfire got the sniper scope looking for spawners. They clean up early damage. Gets the body shot. Gets the head shot. Oh no, he just gets the regular old no scope on him there. Huge win. Viz with the triple kill there, cleaning up all of the damage. And then Coltrane again getting the kill on Viz, as now just back and forth there, but still anybody's game.
An absolutely necessary trade. Every kill counts now. We are in the last 10 here at 42 to 41, 43 now to 42. And these trades are coming. But I wouldn't be too happy as either team to see this many trades happening, because yeah, Squirtle are 1 kill ahead, but I mean, it just takes 1 extra one extra slip up, 1 extra little piece of grenade damage, and that could turn around very quickly.
Active Camo out on the playing field here. A couple members of Mewtwo by Keydor and Dummy Door. The 1 down by Keydor gets taken out. 2 down on the side of Mewtwo's here. The last 2 straggling over here by the outside of Cuts. They're able to 2v1 the situation, but my shot comes in and cleans up a little bit more of the damage. Able to swap out, get that camo, make sure it's burned at the slightest, but he stays alive with it. They got a 3-kill lead. They can rely on my shot to just kind of find an easy slay here in the back, but it's going back and forth there in the top mid. There you have it.
Squirtle Squadron. I'm beginning to think that his shot is sick.
I think he's been lying to us this entire time.
Yeah, I don't quite get it, but again, just captain's performance there by Viz, like 21 kills in the feed, 21 to 11 when it came to the end of, or when all was said and done, and with Wildfire putting up some fantastic numbers, just not able to get over the line, as they had always found themselves at a deficit, but managed to keep it close. but unfortunately, when the chips were down, my shot was around.
When the chips were down, my shot was around. That's a good one. And for sure, he was joined alongside with Viz, who brought a great performance in both rounds as they kind of able to survive the back and forth and bounce back in this tournament. They were 0-2'd in the round one. They came back and answered with a 2-0 of their own as we start to wait for the rest of the teams to finish their matchups between round two and round three. So far, best series of the day, I think, even though we've had back-to-back
Yeah,
2-0s. I think both matches were super competitive and back and forth. You love to see that in strongholds, and you'd like to see these players bringing all the passion.
absolutely. We are suckers for passion here, and we're seeing it in buckets. So can't wait to see how things are going on. Just looking over here, we do have a confirmed score. We have the Snorlax Spartans have fallen to the Blastoise Brutes.
Hmm, tough series.
Yeah, and these two here. I mean, just looking over here at these other squads. I mean, we've seen everyone else. This matchup here, though, we have North Snipes, who's been in quite a few of these tournaments now. Threvtastic. We've got HFT Risky, man. In the lobby as well for Snorlax Spartans along with Cool Logan. And then on Blastoise Brutes, you have How You Doing? You have Keep Composure, Drunken Feel, and Roivich. So,
So
I mean, some we've seen some great players so far in these series, and there are even more to come. And I mean, let's not forget Gengar's Grunts, right? Bud, you remember the name, you remember the games. Bud has the that pop off potential to really just take over a game, you know. A lot of very talented players still to get their moment here, but everyone will find themselves. Everyone will find themselves with their opportunity to shine in front of the cameras. That's why we're in this Swiss format. Uh, can't wait for our next match.
yeah, can't wait for our next match and potentially get some new faces and names on here, but not so new, like you said. Lots of familiar names across HFT, and just a lot of dedicated players that continue to bring it and give us something to watch here during these tournaments, which we appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, yeah, I can't wait for this next game. Speaking of, I think we're just gonna take a short break. Wait for. Oh wait, no. Beep 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 beep. We've just got an update here. Live from start.gg. Uh, that Hika Plasma Posse have now gotten themselves to 2-0 after defeating Gengar's Grunts.
Hmm.
Ooh,
Wow. So
that's
they're 2-0. Yeah. So they might be the #1 team right now in terms of the standings.
absolutely, yeah, I believe they are. And that's a testament to the team because I mean Gengar's Grunts is kind of stacked.
Hmm.
Like, so I'd be interested to see how they do now in these next matchups because remember, 4 of these 6 teams will make it through to the semifinals, single elimination, and best of 3s up until our grand final, which will of course be a best of 5.
Yeah. So plenty ahead and lots more to check out.
Yeah. So we will take a short break, set up our next matchups, and we'll be right back to you with some more HFT Trailblazer Championship Series action. Howdy, everyone, and welcome back. Round three now of our Trailblazer Spring Draft Tournament, and we're coming in to see Mewtwo's Marines 0-2 versus Snorlax Spartans, who have experienced the same fate. So both teams can't lose, Silva. So who are you thinking might show up here?
I'm sure we'll recognize some of the names, but I'm curious to see how these teams definitely mash up. But a lot on the line, as you were talking about, both 0-2 on the day. Definitely not how they wanted things to go, but doesn't mean they can't turn the tide in the opposite direction as we take a look at our next best of three maps and modes. Kicking things off with CTF on Argyle, Slayer on Aquarius, and if we go to a map 3, we have King of the Hill on Recharge. So a nice, well balanced, best of 3 series here that's going to give us the opportunity to see which one of these teams is going to be able to step up and start to, get one in the win column on the day.
Absolutely. And, starting off at Argyle, it's basically like starting off with Oddball on any map, right? You've got like a lot of time and a lot of lives, and your lives regenerate. You're looking at, in like most circumstances, 2 team wipes required to get yourself across the map unless you're able to pull something out of the hat, get that flag moving very quickly, and manipulate spawns in such a way that by the time the heat is coming to your carrier, you're in position to pick them up.
Yeah, Argyle, definitely with the latest meta change to the map, moving the flags ever so closely to the middle of that platform, and it gives the opportunity for a run down the middle to make it more viable as we get things kicked off here. Coltrane grabbing the grappler, making sure he gets the quantum translocator as well. Gonna have the opportunity here to be a little bit aggressive and retreat if he has to. He's finding somebody, unbeknownst to him, gets the kill, flips back, be able to hold it down here in the top of Vent, and the Vent there is just a great position to be in control of the map. He starts pushing up and getting the flank over there. He's got a couple enemies over here on the top of Pistol and some damage he's trying to clean up on, but thinks better of it. Saves his life.
Textbook.
And then runs back.
Textbook use of that QT there, like really putting themselves around the map as much as possible, and keeping themselves alive, picking the fights that they want and getting out when they don't, right? Also, I've got to say, some very big like team unity moves here on Snorlax Spartans, right? Look at all of their emblems. They're all the same.
And that, that might be the cohesion, just that the level of commitment to the emblem placement shows that they're in it to win it. Contrary to what you might think of when you think of Snorlax, these guys are active and ready to get at it. As Risky tries to stay alive here. He is leading the way for his team, getting off to a good start here, 4-2, but slays across the board for both teams are pretty much even at this moment, as both are vying for that 50-yard marker here on this Argyle map. And like you said earlier, it is one of the largest maps in terms of being CTF. You get the flag, it's a long way to run to the other side of the map. You almost have to wipe the team out and then wipe them again in order to get that flag to the other side. What a great play by Ninja Melon right there.
Oh, that was beautiful stuff. Like, some fantastic playing of the life and taking the fight only when there was no other option, when they were absolutely hurt. And getting that kill onto Risky was just huge, just some great work. And, great fundamental halo, but Wildfire goes down to a sticky grenade, and Team Snorlax seem to have somewhat stabilized in this position, and they're fighting here now, trying to get to their own sniper, as we see Wildfire here making their way to their own North snipes now, trying to make sure that snipes don't North him snipe-wise. As Wildfire here wisely backing down, because, we have all had it where you keep getting de-scoped. It's never going to really work out for you, but now North Snipes absolutely pushing the pedal to the metal, picking up those 2 bullets left in that sniper, going to try and put it into use. You know, snipes in the name and snipes in the game right now.
Nice. Revtastic there. Him able to snipe off. Popping off a little bit here as they get 2 down the side of Mewtwo's here. And North Snipe's going to take the opportunity to get the flag run going. And he already makes it past the 50-yard mark here. Starting to push his way into S2. Looks like he's going to be able to put this one in easily. But taking some damage across over by Pistol. Teammates are there, though, to get some damage as they get 3 down on Snorlax. So they immediately stop that OE attempt. But what a what a move! Oh my God, what was that? So easily just snuck by and pulled that flag out right there. He pulled the flag. What a play there! Almost able to get it to the 50-yard mark. 4 down for the side of Mewtwo's here.
Enemy flag returned.
And the flags returned. We're back to parity on the map right now.
Okay.
But I've got to say, the second I saw North Snipes go for that flag, I thought, my God, the timing on this man, right? There was about a 2 to 5 second window where that was a viable strategy, and he landed himself right in the middle of it and got it out of dodge. What a fantastic play by him and by his teammates, you know, as they were able to shut down that flagpole.
Yeah, hesitation.
Or, sorry, shut down that reaggress.
Yeah, hesitation nowhere to be found by North Snipes, and now he's got his teams in a great position here. North Snipes 8-3-3 across the board, joined alongside with Risky, who's 9-5-5. They have the 1-0 lead here. Plenty of game to play here in CTF. Mewtwo's Marines here in the back of their spawn. Damage is just all across the board. Ninja Melon, the last member alive here, tries to put damage on the flag runner. He goes down. Still 2 down from Mewtwo's Marines. They're starting to spawn up here at the bottom of the elbow. Trying to get this cross here. Coltrane not able to nip the flag runner with the snipe. But he is able to get the kill on Revtastic. 2 down the side of Snorlax. It's going to be a tough cap here at the end bit. Wildfire damage is capitalized on. The second one pushing over here. Here comes North Snipes, and looks like they're going to be able to get this return here.
Oh, I don't know. I think North Snipes bought them quite a bit of time here. Like, yes, Uber is on it, but I think maybe just an extra couple of seconds, they might have been able to do something with that. Like, you know, just being out of sight. He was always going to die, but being able to extend that life really helped his team out. Like, because, I mean, even returning the flag there, like, you know, it took a little extra time, which maybe kind of put a bit of a stop sign on it, but Wildfire just absolutely undetected up on their grapple and really putting down a lot of damage here. Just infiltrated the back ranks, but a great kill there from North Snipes after the grenade assist. And wow, just back and forth stuff here, but it does look like backline has been cleared out, and Snorlax Spartans should be now making their way past the 50-yard line.
North Snipes was in a great position there with the sniper to start pushing up a little bit, but he gets taken down by Wildfire. Cleans up the second kill for the double kill. Make it 3. Triple kill there. Picks up the sniper. Got a couple shots in the chamber here. He's looking for spawners, looking to see what he can gather here. Starts to read North Snipes over there, and Pistol gets the body shot. Easy cleanup by Ninja Melon. And now they're pushing into Pistol here. They have 3 on the side of Snorlax. This is the time to get aggressive. Yeah. They still have the numbers advantage here, creeping into the spawn. They're looking to try to get a wipe and slice, but cool Logan, it's too cool with it. Comes up from behind and gets the double kill and immediately stops that push.
I mean, those are the kind of moments that don't show up on the stat board, man. I'm going to tell you, right? That has saved his team's bacon here, giving them the chance to breathe and prevent that pull, right? So, Risky now with a lot of kind of aggression here. Pushing up towards the enemy flag, and all of that is off the back of those 2 clean kills from Cool Logan.
Logan giving him the space to breathe here, as it looks as if still though they're in the back of their spawn here, trying to find a way to get some space here. Revtastic getting shot off of the spawn. You know that one's tough as Wildfire here leading the Slay department 18-6-10. Now he has a sniper with 6 shots in his hand. He's already predicting Cool Logan, and Risky gets a body shot, backs him down. going to be the opportunity here for, I think, U2s to start to get some more map control here and start to kind of push back on Snorlax,
Win
who's
this though.
basically been in their face.
Oh, risky.
As soon as I say that, though, 3-4 go down from Mewtwo's Marines. The caster's
Enemy
curse
flag
is real. I am
returned.
sorry for the Mewtwo's fans at home.
Oh man, absolutely. But like some fantastic work here by Snorlax Spartans. And you've got
Oh, no.
no! You hate to see it. Oh, and he got the bad bounce as well. He didn't end up dead. So now he has to wait for this timeout. It's an extra kick in the teeth there, as he did not hit that kill box. And that's gonna be painful. That's him out of the game for about an extra 10 seconds. So we're gonna see if Mewtwo's Marines are gonna be able to capitalize on that man advantage right now.
Yeah, North Snipes falling into the upside down there and then having an extra 10 seconds to hang out there while he was out of the play. But it looks as if, though, it's not going to be that much of a difference maker here. 3 go down for a split second there on the side of Mewtwo's. Coltrane trying to lead the way here. He goes down. The rest of his team are going to be fresh spawners pushing up here into Pistol, trying to stop the push from Snorlax here. Uber cross-mapping, trying to kill Reptastic, not able to do so. 3 go down for Mewtwo's again. The Snorlax here, they're going to be in their base here, able to get a pull before they spawn and start putting damage down. They should be down at the bottom of frags.
Yeah, but we have a lot of weird spawns happening now. No, they did all end up, yeah, as you said, down bottom frags. But with the fact that it was such a split push, oh, Cole Logan, oh, does go down. And this is a very aggressive flag pull, but he knows from his team how many players from the opposition team are down. But still, off the spawn, the Revtastic able to cut off this push. And, you know, the flag is now down in the kill box, right? Down bottom mid. And, you know, you hate to see that because you can be shot by everywhere.
It can be shot from everywhere, but it could be the sneaky play to make sure you can get a good flank here. As North Snipes able to survive with the sniper here, trying to just make something under. Oh, nothing there. Slices Ninja Melon. Holy cow.
He has a family! Oh my god! Just a no-scope flick to the dome. I apologize to the ears of any headphone users, but my god, what a play there.
A great play there, just making something happen out of nothing there. The Wildfires here, we've seen him make some great snipes. He's got 3 bullets left in the chamber here, hanging out in bottom mid. He's got Revtastic up top, gets the body shot and cleans it up with the Bandit. Got a couple more over here. Great flank, double kill. Got the triple kill opportunity available for him. Kind of caught in the middle here, trying to get that kill and push for an advantage. Able to give him the boop off the map.
Will he die? He dies. Oh, we're over the green there. Didn't want to do it to him twice. Did hit the kill box. Kill box worked, and everything was fine. They all lived happily ever after.
And now we're down to absolute desperation time here. Snorlax gonna probably just look at being a little bit defensive here, as they're in the back of their spawn here, waiting for this desperate pull. Only about 15 seconds left on the clock. Each side trading 1. Looks like Mewtwo's Marines are going to try to make this push here through screens. They have less than 5 seconds left now. Just have to sprint at it here if they want a shot at it, but it looks like it's not going to happen here as the final seconds tick away. And the Snorlax Spartans start the best of 3 series with a map 1 win.
Oh yeah, very, I would say convincing win, you know. It was very much kind of one of those where, you know, they never really went like, you know, mad, you know, they didn't go like 2 flags up in a minute or anything like that, but they always seemed to be in control. And when they lost their fights, they lost their fights where they would want to lose their fights. And that's up around the enemy side. So, you know, Argyle, a map where, you know, you really have to you have to be the one dictating the pace. You have to be the one dictating where these fights are happening. And, you know, it really showed out there. And, you know, that, you know, same emblem buff really did show out there for Team Snorlax.
Definitely added +3 to charisma and probably team comms having the same emblem. And it obviously paid off for them there. And I think you're right, though. It did come across as a 1-0 CTF game, but it felt like Snorlax Spartans definitely had control of that map, even when they were pushed with their backs against the wall. Just a couple key plays to basically nip any push by the enemy team. In particular, we saw Cool Logan there with a huge double kill there, flanking around in his own spawn and stopping any flag pull from happening.
Yeah, and coming into this coming into this Aquarius match, I'm gonna say it. You know what I'm gonna say, Silva. You know what I'm
The map,
always gonna say about Aquarius.
it's the map, man.
It's the Halo Infinite map. There is no map more infinite than Halo on Aquarius, right? And you don't win Aquarius by accident, right? This is all about team chemistry, about these two guys or these four people coming together and working together, fluid comms and good vibes, making sure that they are, pointing their guns in the right direction, and creating imbalances where they can. Get your 2v1s, get your like 3v2s, across the map and make advantage of it. And then as soon as you win that initial engagement, put your foot to the gas and just really start steaming over this team or your opponents.
Yeah, Aquarius Slayer definitely opens up the opportunity to put the enemy team into the cycle as just the nice circular nature of the map allows you to continue to put the pressure on. I think in terms of Argyle, with it being a more rectangular and boxy map, you two Marines were able to get to the other side, but when the enemy team was pushed against the wall, they weren't able to initially collapse and capitalize on it. But Aquarius here, there's not really a spot for you to back into and turtle as much. So that could be the advantage from U2's Marines, but we've seen so far Snorlax Spartans, great teamwork, great shots so far, and capitalizing on damage, which could be the advantage for them here in the second map.
Absolutely. And, we don't have those two boomsticks on either side. So this is going to come down a little more. Now, just to give you a quick little update, there was a crash going into the lobby. So we are getting all our players back in and ready to go. But when it comes to Aquarius here, like it is a very different game, right? It's very much kind of one of those where you what's it called? It's very much one of those where the speed can be much greater. Like the fights are going to come a bit faster, and you really have to have a lot more awareness of where your opponent or where your team is, what your team is trying to do, and where the enemy are.
Yeah, definitely the opportunity to put the pedal to the metal here, especially in Slayer. There's a lot of spots you definitely don't want to be trapped in particular in that utility side, which we're seeing here. And also on the fridge side, if you're able to read and predict the spawns and work together as a team, you can really make this map can be a total nightmare for those that are being cycled, as basically you'll face pressure at every given spawn. But in particular, though, recent meta change with adding the overshield on the bottom planner side makes planners or that pink side one more viable option, whereas it wasn't really in particular as in before, as both teams diving at it, trying to get the overshield. One goes down from U2's Marines, and I believe,
I think it's still on the ground. I
I
think it
believe
might
it's
be
still
in
on
the
the
hands
ground.
of Rev.
Might be in the hands of Rev here. But usually what I've seen is the overshield. Honestly, it's kind of more just a battle of not letting the enemy team get it, as so many people will have attention on it that
What's
it
that?
usually gets melted rather quickly, as we haven't seen it really make an impact so far. Two go down for both sides, and Snorlax getting off to an early lead here in Slayer.
Absolutely. Um, yeah, I think I'm maybe just a second behind. I see 8-1 here.
Oh yeah, I think,
Uh,
yeah, when I
yeah.
said it was like 5-1, but it looks like it's growing into a more significant
Alright.
lead, as we've seen like Snorlax Spartans here. They have a really good job on their pushes with kind of having different routes and their timings on the pinches, and that's what's giving them the advantage early on.
Absolutely, and it's a kind of a testament to a team now as to whether or not, like, it's all well and good getting yourself out to an early lead. That's one of those things that can just happen in Halo Infinite. You're feeling hot, you get a
Ooh.
cycle going, and all that. It's oh my god, North Snipes! What are you up to on this server, bud? Right? I mean, we've got North Snipes not yet dead since the start of the game. It's a minute and a half he's been alive, just patrolling around the place. Revtastic as well now with 6 kills to their name. And yeah, geez, things are getting tasty.
Things are getting tasty, but it looks like Mewtwo's Marines starting to settle in a bit here. They close the gap on that lead, which is great. You definitely don't want that lead going in further on into the Slayer match. It looks like the next Overshield may be coming up here. Battle down here at the bottom of pink. It goes down. Should go down for the side of Mewtwo's Marines here. Wildfire trying to make something out of nothing here, but he goes down, and they lose that engagement. Now it's an 8-kill lead, and Snorlax has the shield.
Absolutely, and you know, the second worm gets the thing, or second bird gets the worm. That the one?
Like
yeah.
that.
Anyway, when it comes to the overshield on this map, because you know, it's in a nade alley, right? I mean, you see it every game. Like you know, you have all 16 grenades going down to P1, right? So you know, you've got to be ready to. Oh my God, Uber just completely looked over. Guess that triple kill. I cannot believe that he was left to live there after that fight. But goes down to North Snipes, but having done quite a significant blow there to the lead of Snorlax Spartan. Or should I say, oops, all 10 difference now.
Yeah, Uber Sail Fig getting some wind in that Uber Sail as he now is leading the way with 8-4 for his team. Great kill death ratio. 2 go down, 3 go down for Snorlax Spartans on this exchange. One more member to kill between Uber, and he gives him the people's elbow again for the back smack reversal and finds a whole round of spawners. Heyo.
Oh, if he actually made that around the corner, my goodness. But Uber definitely deep into his villain arc. He's just a bit of a goober, you know. Just some insider information on how much of a goober he is. From myself. That is my infield reporting. Entered his villain era and seems to be taking it out on Snorlax Spartans. 10-6 now his scoreline, and a kind of a shining light in a very difficult situation for his team right now.
And down 13, not the spot you want to be in, especially with North Snipes flying in at you with the Overshield. It's basically wiped down to nil though. Great exchange. Overshield pushing him in there. The North Snipes
Plox
stays alive. He stays alive there while Risky gets a double kill, and they're just doing more of the same here. Looking at a 13-kill lead at the moment, and it's not looking good for Mewtwo's.
Yeah, and you know, we're getting into the moment, the sink or swim kind of moment here, right? We have seen games like this turn on their head, but it's gonna take more than just a great solo performance here by the likes of North Snipes, by the likes of Uber to kind of bring things back to parity.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough hill for them to climb, especially, you did mention North Snipes on the other side, who is running basically a train right now, 16-4. Has a 4-kill death ratio here. He's an absolute animal who's just wreaking havoc across the map. Joined alongside other teammates, though. They're a great supporting cast, just cleaning up a lot of the damage and giving him opportunities there. Coltrane here. Start to close in. It's a 12-kill lead, but Snorlax only needs 10 more kills to finish it out and go 2-0 in this best-of-3 series.
Absolutely, but hey, look, if you can have it happen to you, you can do it to the enemy team. And that's what you got to keep in mind here. That's what we're calling out. Guys, we're still in this game. We're still alive. And, you know, we don't want 0-3, please.
Yeah, 0-3 would be tough on the day, but unfortunately, some of the teams will shake out that way as we still are kicking things off here. We're in round 3 of the spring draft tournament here over at Halo Fun Time, where we embrace players of all competitive skill levels to come in here and compete. And that's what we have for you today, a draft tournament here in which the teams were picked and decided before the tournament began. So Some teams able to get the chemistry working early, while others still trying to figure out how to play off of one another.
Yeah, absolutely. And North Snipes going down here, I just think that it's one of those where you're just going to see maybe a bit of a death march towards the enemy team from Snorlax Spartans, because just any little extra piece of damage is going to take you over the line, as we see 50 to 38 the score line in favor of the Snorlax Spartans. They will be going 1-2 in this Swiss tournament. So, or in the Swiss section of the tournament. So, yeah, going into the last round, I mean, yeah, they might have to still pull out a win. We'll have a look across the scores, um, or at the scores across the board here. It is still quite early, in the other games, and no scores yet reported. So, we'll see now who kind of joins them in that 1 and 2 kind of bracket. Who is gonna be the ones that are gonna be facing elimination now? Because I don't know that 1 and 3 is gonna be enough to get you through to the semifinals here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. But if you're on the side of Snorlax, though, definitely getting that first win under your belt is a great feeling. Going to have an opportunity for them to kind of disrupt the tournament potentially based on the way that they kind of won pretty handedly in this 2-0 win. Looks as if they are starting to figure some things out and starting to gel and mesh. Could be a little bit dangerous starting to move forward into the tournament, as we will be moving into round 4 on the horizon, taking a quick peek at the series results that we just had before you. Continuing on with some more best of threes matchups going forward.
Absolutely. And I'm here. I hear the the Gengar Grunt fans. We will be seeing them in this next round. So looking forward to see what they bring to the table here. As a quick look going into this round, they were 1-1, facing off against the Squirtle Squadron that we saw really bravely fight back after their first round defeat.
Yeah, definitely. They got a little bit steamrolled in the first round we had today. Squirrel Squadron going down 0-2 in that series, and then immediately rebounding to a 2-0 series of their own. So a lot of back and forth here. And yeah, in these best of 3 series, there's not a lot of time for you to figure out your opponent. You kind of have to hit the ground running. Every map is so important.
Absolutely. And I think we'll take ourselves into a short break while we wait for the conclusion of the other 2 series ongoing here. And we will be back to you with our final round of the Swiss set, or Swiss portion of the Trailblazer Spring Draft Tournament.
Welcome back, everybody.
Howdy!
Thanks for waiting patiently as we got things settled out in the last round. As we start to move things further along in this spring draft tournament hosted by Halo Fun Time, we're going to be entering round 4 here, and we have a good one. We'll have some new names coming up on the featured stream. Delta, why don't you give me a little bit of what's on the line here in round 4?
Absolutely. So we have Blastoise's Brutes, who are now 3-0. So they are pretty much locked in going into the semifinals. But Gengar's Grunts, they're facing elimination here, right? They've got a 1-2 record. If they lose, it goes to tiebreakers between them and and Snorlax's Spartans. That is, of course, if Snorlax and Spartans also lose. So, if Snorlax Spartans win, they need to win. And, so it's basically, I think, U2's Marines, unless they pull off a miracle against probably one of the stronger teams in the bracket or in the Swiss pool, right? If they don't pull off a win, then we're looking at Gengar Grunts and Snorlax Spartans here fighting for their life, getting through to the next round between each other. Otherwise, we could have a three-way tiebreak at the end of this. And the last thing you want to do is to come out two tiebreakers. We're coming in now to the start of this match here between Blastoise's Brutes and Gengar's Grunts. Keep composure there, being the side of Blastoise's Brutes and Gengar's Grunts, led by Bud.
Yeah, two familiar names here. We've seen them deliver on the big stage before, and I imagine that they're going to be pretty revved up here as Keep Composure you're already off to a nice 3-0 lead, or 3-kill start. Just to
Yeah,
get things
absolutely.
going here on the first hill as they were able to get some time there to get things started.
Yeah, so on the side of Key Composure, Rapans, Royvich, and Drunken Veal, they will be the Blastoise's Brutes. So that's blue team there. And then on the red team, we have Gengar Grunts, yet to be on the screen, on the big screen here. And sometimes these players, when they know that the camera's showing, sometimes that gives them that extra little bit of something. But things going somewhat as expected here on the first hill as Blastoise's Roots, or I'll just gotta say Blastoise guys here now for a bit. They're definitely turning the taps to full, getting that hydro pump going, and putting quite the marker down here on this first hill. And it's going to be a hard one back here for Gengar Grunts on this hill one.
Yeah, a tough road ahead of him if they want to get this bottom mid-hill here, but Hiker Trash is making it happen here, putting some damage down while milking the clock. Off to 4 kills and 3 assists for him, but 2 of his teammates, 3 of them go down for a split second, and he goes down as well. Both sides exchanging numbers here. His clammy hands here is going to be in the backside of Truck and potentially give his teammates bottom lift spawns, and he does. It's going to be a great position for them here to continue to try to reverse the script, but unfortunately the first hill does end up falling in the way of Blastoise Brutes, and now they're going to be sitting pretty on the other side of gold there, ready to get started on the second hill.
Gengar, 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 Gengar. That is to say, this is the Trailblazer mixed draft tournament for spring here, which is one of our kind of little mini events here between our 4 majors in the year, we call them, our 4 main big events, the Trailblazer Championship Series. The first of which for this year will be starting on the 23rd of March. So be sure to pop in and register your interest on HaloFunTime.com. These are 4v4 ranked settings, bring your own team, and all skill levels, top to bottom, all welcome, as we see here Blastoise Brutes putting some damage down and really setting a marker here and hopefully not setting the tone for the rest of this series.
Yeah, so far we've had a lot of 2-0 series every time we've featured on the stream, but looks like Blastoise Bruce here, who are 3-0 currently in the Swiss pool play here, looking to keep an undefeated run going as they get 3 down on the enemy side of Gengar's. Keep composure, leading the charge and making sure they get over there on the blue side and spawns as a fresh camo starts to come up. The rest of Gengar's grunts, Gengar's grunts, hanging out over there in the loop side and pushing out of there and looking to challenge as Hiker picks up the camo, able to pop it and stay alive. 2 down for each side here, and it's going to be kind of a battle for positioning here. They push through the C side, but some of the members of Blastoise spawn over here in the backside of blue. Keep composure goes down early. Hiker Trash making the most with this camo here, laying down damage, gets 2 down over here, flips back on Hotel, looking to flank the one last member over here. Doesn't get the last kill, unfortunately. It's going to be easy for him to line up, but being an absolute pest in the back of this hill, which is going to be huge for them as they're down 0-2 in this King of the Hill.
Yeah, I think this is a must-win hill here. You can't go 3 down against a team like Blastoise Brutes. Given their performance so far, that grenade could have been absolutely devastating, and even in its use, kind of really definitely slowing down any kind of momentum for Gengar's grunts, having to back off to prevent a death here, and my goodness. All 4 down now for Gengar's grunts as I follow you into the trap of these alliterary?
Alliterative, maybe?
Alliterative, yeah, there we go. I'll go with that one. Names here that also are quite phonetically similar.
Oh yes, very phonetically similar, and you know, it's been a great little theme here going on. It's got both these squads basically vying here. Blastoise Brutes commanding this
Oh,
map
squad
here,
is another
3-0
team.
right
That's the Squirtle guys. They're the squad.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, Squirtle Squad. Yeah, Squirtle Squad. We got a lot of them earlier on, and looking to see forward, you know, just in terms of how they respawn going later into the rounds, as we'll likely see them. Gengar's grunts, though, currently backs against the wall here, down 0-3, and potentially their tournament on the line here as they got to find a way to rally. Fresh shock rifles up, but they're pushing through into gold here. They'll likely be able to just outnumber the last member of Blastoise on the hill here. They have the numbers. Clean him up quickly.
Absolutely. But here's
Look
the
behind
thing.
them. Here they come.
It could be very bad information for them because they saw the hill being capped while the shock rifle was spawning. They might have thought, you know, we have to play for this now. There has to be a couple of people there on that hill. Unfortunately, not the case. And they kind of all got drawn in to get on this hill because their back's up against the wall, as you said. And, you know, oh my God, some perfect shots there from Turtlepaw to pop their first kill on, you know, the board. And all was good. I know the feeling, buddy. It happens.
It happens, and the first one could be sweet relief as he already gets another one here. Looks like he's able to start getting into the motion here, dropping the people's elbow. 2 goes down for the side of Blastoise, and Gengar's grunts with their first hill answering back, so that trade-off of not prioritizing shock and going for the positioning and back of the yard ended up paying off for them. Hiker Trash is heating up now, got a killing spree sitting at 18 kills, 6 assists, and only 10 deaths, so he's starting to lead the rally, I think, here for Gengar.
Absolutely, and the last thing you want here is a false dawn, right? Sometimes it can be better to just 4-0, get it out of your system onto the next map, but like Gengar's grunts here, showing quite a bit of fight here in this like late game here, as Blastoise Brute's able to isolate a almost 3v1 there onto Hiker Trash up by C, and you know, it's looking very promising for them here. But half the map, or half the hill picked off for Gengar's grunts gives them a fighting chance to keep themselves in this game 1.
Yeah, an active camo up. Gengar able to Bud holding it down here in the hill, milking time while the rest of Blastoise prioritize that camo. Looks as if Hiker Trash able to put down that camo. Not sure if it was popped. He's looking to try to find it.
Enemy team
Might have
took the
popped
hill.
or burned there on that death as the rest of his squad here be pushing out posters ramp. They just have composure on the hill, but they're getting crossed over from Flowers. One teammate, Turtle Paw, gets knocked. That's one down on their
Oh, this is
push.
important fight here, and it looks like it's going the way of Blastoise's Brutes. This kind of puts them now in squeaky bum time, Gengar Brutes. There's no second chance here. They're gonna have to get an attack going very quickly on this hill if they want any chance of remaining uh, in this game one.
And there you have it, a 4-1 victory. Gengar able to kind of make some noise there and stop the tide for just a little bit, but Blastoise putting the final nail on that first map as we move further into our best of three series. They're going to be starting out 1-0, which is definitely putting them in the driver's position. Gengar going to be feeling a little bit of the pressure there as now they're going to be moving into the second map here, which could be their last for the day.
Absolutely. And they're still in with a shout. It's not or it is possible that they may get through. I'm not a farseer when it comes to these tie breaks. But like you don't want to be relying on other teams to kind of trip up if you're looking to get through. So they're gonna have to pull themselves back up and put those fists back up on front of your face and try and get swinging because they could be seeing this series being their last of the evening, or sorry, afternoon for you folks over there in the United States of Merca.
Yeah, you're coming from a long ways over here. That's for sure.
Dude, I've got to say, right, I love casting during the day. It is so nice. Being able
Imagine.
to cast at just like normal time, like 9 p.m. Oh, excellent. Coming into streets. Yeah, it's Street Slayer now. Just really very like very different kind of game, I think. Like Solitude is one of those that can run away from teams that maybe aren't all that familiar with it or wouldn't be of a higher rank. Remember that these teams were picked via draft from the highest ranked CSR
Killing.
players. Each of them were made captain of their respective team, and they made a snake draft at 12 p.m. today, 1 hour before our first match of the day. And, so it's all about now adapting to the level of players that you have available from that draft pool.
Defeat.
Looks like we might have had a bit of a technical issue on the startup of Street Slayer. But as you said, yeah, definitely going to play. Has some similarities to the way Solitude plays. It can kind of get a little snowball here for you on Slayer as it is a tight knit map. And then just in terms of some things I saw in the last one, Blastoise just doing a really great job of covering the crosses where as soon as Gengar grunts tried to make some plays happen and move across the map, they were taking damage before they're even able to kind of get where they wanted to go. And so might be a testament to why Blastoise has kind of been a good front runner in this tournament so far. And we've seen it here already in the map one. And I think we might see a little bit more of the same here as we move on to Street Slayer.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, look, definitely go ahead and check out our the HFT Discord. You can get an invite for that on halofuntime.com. And you can also follow us on our X and Twitch pages, or our X/Twitch, or sorry, our X and Twitch page. I'm so used to saying Twitter that I was going to say, like, it just completely ruined me. But
Yeah.
yes, all of future kind of updates, like will be available on our Discord, and they will also be broadcasted on those sites. They're at halofuntime.com, or sorry, at HFT, I believe, or at Halo Funtime actually. Um, but yes, so definitely consider going around like this, like these kind of big like kind of quarterly series, championship series that we do. They always bring out bangers. You know, I mean, I remember the first one we did, the first like major one we did, and it was fantastic Halo. Like, I mean, like we have some absolutely like insane plays that came out. We have like clips that we still use to this day, like, you know, and I mean we've had multiple tournaments now at this stage. I've lost count even. But I've gotta say, we have always had our stalwart, you know, Silva here. You know, every single minute of every single Trailblazer event we have had our evergreen Silva Fox
Oh,
casting for us with Sozer on the ones and twos.
yeah, huge shout out
So
along the way to Sozer too, who helped give me this opportunity and bring my name in here, and it's been a blast ever since. And shout out to him for making everything look smoothly as we move between here with the graphics you see before you. That's all out to him. And of course, Delta always bringing the cheese, the flavor, the funnies, and sometimes the
yeah.
on-field reporting, a development skill that I'm definitely ready to
Oh
tap
yeah.
into.
Oh, and all four push down B here. They really want that red gun, it seems, and but they completely just back out of it. They lose complete faith in this push, and it leads to all four going down.
Looks as if
Radar
we
is
might have
on. Yeah,
might
we're
be
definitely
just
having another
observer.
reset here.
Oh,
Uh, I think we're gonna need a new party leader here. As we had a bit of another like hitch coming into that game. But on the upside, you do get to see more of our faces. Well, I mean, it's mixed, really. Let's be fair. You know, I mean, sorry, our producer there, adding in an extra little bit of spice. Um, but yeah, you know, these kind of things happen. I mean, these are all amateur events, and but for our next event on the 23rd of March, which all teams welcome, all players welcome of any skill range. You know, be sure to you know, submit your interest here on HFT, as there will be pricing. It is to be decided, but we have heard little rumors that there might be a little something something for the winners, and possibly further down.
I'm super excited for that one. I'm torn definitely between being on the
Yeah,
casting side of that one or potentially entering in myself. So we'll have to see. It
yeah.
remains to be seen. But
We should
yeah,
do
just
team prod, you know? We'll get like, you know, Krabs, me, you, and Sozer, and like, you know, then they'll have to figure it out, you know? We'll just have you know, Krabs stream it, you know?
we
Krabs
only
and my
put
shot will
we
just be
only
like,
put
you
our
know,
we only put our games on the entire stream too, just the prod
yeah,
team.
yeah, yeah, that's it, yeah. You know, what it is we just go live on Halo Fun Time, and it's just Sozer's point of view the whole time.
And he has the soundboard too, so he can just keep spamming it.
Yeah.
It sounds like a wonderful broadcast.
Oh, absolutely. Oh my god. But yeah, no, should be good fun now, as we're just waiting on our two teams to make their way into a game of Street Slayer on HCS settings, preferably this time around. You know, as much as we do like the as long as we see the you know, the correct layout on the map, I think, you know, third time might be the charm.
The third time might be the charm. I think it's kind of be a little bit of a spoiler because I don't know who. I think it was Gengar that had the 4 on B push on the opening. So
Yeah. I mean,
definitely
if you
caught him
sniff
by
that out,
surprise.
I don't think actually that like they saw all four of them. I think they only saw two push down. I mean, we saw the four, but and Robsy's in the chat. Sorry, Rap Hands, is in the chat, letting us know that there is a glitch about ranked and you know all these kind of things. So I think we've sussed out who the party leader was as we come into this game two of our final Swiss series. Before we enter our elimination bracket. Well, the single elimination knockout tournament.
Yeah, things are going to be cooking up here. The further we go along here, More of these teams are going to be filtered down to top ones left in the bracket here in our spring draft tournament here. Drunken Feel able to help clean up some damage, puts another one shot. His teammate
Oh,
comes
Hiker.
up and cleans it
Oh,
up. Nice. Hiker
if Hiker
almost made
pulled that
something
one,
happen.
so close to making just a huge play for his team there. Taking an early lead would do wonders for their confidence. But as we're speaking now, 3 kills the difference here in this early game as Gengar's Grunts try a bit of aggression up B ramp, only to find every member of Blastoise's Brutes hunting them down.
Yeah, hunting them down. They're pretty set in here over on B. One member of Gengar tries to go for the flank, but he runs into Wrap Hands, who's ready to wrap him up. Another perfect across the board from Clammy Hands here. He's picking up the red gun. He might be able to get the second one, but he's not able to get it. 2 down for Gengar. They're facing an early deficit here of 5 as we have 8-13. Their tournament hopes on the line. Keep composure. Smooth as can be. Able to pick up the straggler there on B as he starts to get some space here in Arcade. He knows Gengar Grunts are in the back of A, but he finds one here. Not able to see him. Somehow stays alive in the engagement, and he goes down by Bud.
Absolutely, and of course, Wrap Hands is a substitute. Prior to this, we had Meowyu doing on Blastoise's Bruce, but did have to drop. So our substitute was found, and all is well. But coming in here now, I mean, I think we're going to see maybe a battle of the hands, right? We've got the Clammy Hands, we've got the Wrap Hands, and who is going to win out? Is it going to be Mom Spaghetti, or is it going to be Trey? I just realized how little I know about it.
Nope. All good, Brad. I just imagine Wrap Hands are like what they use for, like, you know, for signing, you know, like for the raps, you know.
Oh yeah, you know, he's out there performing, like, you know, rapid hand movements to illustrate the technical ability of a so-called rap god.
Yeah, I think it's in the works. It's, oh man,
And
the bleed has ballooned out here. I haven't noticed it. Almost.
And I feel like that's why maybe we were talking a little bit about about a battle of the hands here. But 31-13, the score now. And just a reminder there of our dates for the Trailblazer Championship Series. That is March 23rd, June 1st, 14th of September, and the 7th of December. And if you are wondering why it took me so long to read that, it's because we do dates differently here.
Fantastic. Yeah, lots of things lined up throughout the year, and I imagine we'll have more of these draft tournament styles available too. So if you're out there and you're a competitive player, we embrace players of all skill levels and CSR rankings, and we host a lot of these tournaments like this to try to bring it together. And so far we've seen Blastoise Brutes just taking a brutal lead here in the second map here. They are our undefeated team so far in pool play. Gengar's Grunts, they gotta dig deep here. Clammy Hands able to get the double kill cluster luck basically on the way out to the death screen. What a way to go out.
Yeah, go out with style. Now just do that 20 more times. Or sorry, 10 more times, and I think it'll be a drop. 48-48, right?
4 go down for Blastoise right there, and none go down for Gengar, so able to kind of chip away at it. It's going to be a huge lead for them to overcome. We've seen...
We can only speculate whether or not there are, in fact, one team having the motion tracker enabled. We will have to get our field reporter in there to find out. But you know, I'll keep my ear to the wire there to see if that is the case. As 25-40 now the score, 15 the difference Every fight now has to go in the way of Gengar's grunts if they want to have any chance of making an impact in this series.
Yeah, Bud looking to try to make it happen for his team. They do get the kill there off of his damage. Down by 13. Teammate pushing into tires with him. They got the push in here over an arcade. They're able to get the kill without taking any
Very good
lives
work.
down. Right there, though, another trade comes their way. They're only down to 8 deaths left here. They can't face these trades, and slowly it seems like it might be slipping away from them.
Absolutely, as we move up to 44, the score now for Blastoise, and with the red gun in control here, and the red push looking to try and materialize. It looks like we're going to see maybe a swift conclusion to this game 2 and to this series in favor of Blastoise's Brutes.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to be rolling as they continue to move on. They haven't faced too much adversity so far throughout this tournament there as we catch another from the grave stick. Always an explosive way to go out to the death screen, I always say. And now we finally wrap up the second map here. It's going to be a 2-0 win in the best of 3 series for Blastoise Brutes, and they're definitely going to be a team to tango with.
Absolutely. 4-0 from this pool. A fantastic result for them. Top seed, more than likely, depending on whether or how the tie breaks face out. But I'm gonna go ahead and say we're probably gonna see Pika Plasma 2. What was it again? Cannon
Aussie?
Blaster Posse. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, the Pikachu's might get through there and face off, or I believe the Pikachu's and the Blastoises will be on opposite sides of this semi-final. So, a very good chance for them to get through because a lot of the teams that they're going to be playing are that have the opportunity to progress to the semi-final have already fallen at their feet so far. You know, we have seen that like these two teams are yet to face each other, and their first matchup could very well end up being in the finals.
Yeah, it'll be quite an interesting matchup there. And then also, I'm curious to see who will be the first team to give Blastoise a little bit of trouble, as it seems like they haven't faced it much today. Could potentially, take a map away from them, and then you have the position to, end up getting the series, but we'll end up seeing.
Boop, ba-do-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop, boop, 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 ba-doop, boop. 2-2 are Snorlax Spartans after they win 2-0 to the Squirtle Squadron. And I believe now, with that result, whatever outcome comes from the Pika Plasma Posse and Mewtwo Marines game is no longer relevant for who progresses to the semifinals. We are going to have Pika Plasma Posse, Snorlax Spartans, Squirtle Squadron, and Blastoise Brutes in our semifinals. And boy, I think those are all going to be great matchups, you know?
Yeah, lots of great players, and congratulations to everybody that participated today. We're going to be dwindling and thinning the herd a little bit down from 6 teams to 4 teams now, and what we've seen in the past from these tournaments is that the further you go along, the more exciting it gets. So be sure to stay tuned for everything we still have coming your way.
Absolutely. We'll be back shortly as soon as we do have the final result of the Set L game between Pika Plasma Posse and Mewtwo Marines. And we'll let you know exactly how our semi-final single elimination bracket shakes out. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for some pure single elimination Halo here for you as we enter the semi-final stage of the Trailblazer Spring Draft Tournament. And here we will see on our stream Blastoise's Brutes going up against their pre-evolution form, Squirtle Squadron.
Yeah, Squirtle Squadron, who we caught early on in this tournament when things started off. We saw them kind of bounce back from an early loss to come out 2-0 and kind of get everything started firing on all cylinders. And it seems like these two teams also faced each other earlier on. So the only, I think, in terms of the total for, oh no, sorry, that might have been the Pika Posse. My apologies, I'm getting them swapped up. But anyways, yeah. But anyways, though, nice thing is that we're going to get some more Halo coming your way as we're going to expand out into a best of 5 series. We're going to be kicking things off with CTF on Imperium, the ever so classico dating back to the pit on Halo 3, as we move into some Slayer on Streets, Oddball Live Fire, Strongholds on Recharge, and wrapping things up with Slayer on Aquarius. So a great mix of maps and modes up ahead to see who will come off and who will come out of this tournament moving on, as it's a single elimination from here on out. Both teams have had all day to kind of figure it out and get the chemistry rolling. And now it's time to see who come out on top on today's tournament.
Absolutely. And when the chips are down here, we're looking at two teams stacked full of talent, right? And yes, it was a slow start for Squirtle Squad. They did come up against an unfavorable matchup. It was an electric type. It was the Pika Plasma Posse, and they unfortunately came across a bit of an unfair disadvantage. Every shot seemed to do 2x damage to them, which frankly we should investigate as a commission. We should set up an inquiry as to whether or not that was in fact the case, because we love some good clean Halo here, and we're going to have two water types go up against each other, slogging it out.
It only seems fitting here, for only one water type to continue to move on to the rest of the tournament, and this is going to be the matchup to decide it. We just recently saw Blastoise Brutes, and they've kind of had a commanding 2-0 win against their opponent, the Gengar Grunts, who fought their way, but were unsuccessful ultimately in the end. And so we'll see if Blastoise encounters a little bit of adversity, which they haven't had much of this tournament, as they've only dropped one map so far. This could be the opportunity for them face a little bit of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And off we go. Semi-finals. 4 teams enter this single elimination single elimination bracket, right? And 4 teams enter and 4 teams also leave. We're not gonna, but like one of them will win, right? You don't want to, like, we're not gonna do anything to them. Like, all 4 will leave here, but one with more pride than others, I think we can say safely.
More pride than others, and also bragging rights on the line, and also kind of moving into the later tournament we'll be having at the end of March on the 23rd, in which we have the Trailblazer Championship Series major. And so this could be a little bit of a precursor of some things to come.
Absolutely. A lot of these players will find themselves in this upcoming Trailblazer Championship Series tournament, or spring tournament, right? And yeah, like, the teams will look a lot different. These will be for the Trailblazer Championship Series pre-made teams. These will be teams that apply together, and I'm sure there are also some teams that will come together closer to the tournament, but those that kind of form earlier will find themselves with a bit of an advantage and a bit of team chemistry.
Yeah, team chemistry for sure, the pre-mades, but so far in this tournament, we've had a draft-style tournament in which these teams were decided before we got things kicked off, and of the 4 teams we have left, they were the ones that were able to kind of put together a squad that meshes well, as we're seeing now 2 go down for the side of the Squirtle Squadron. Both teams kind of trying to just feel each other out here on Empyrean, not one team really getting an advantage, but as I say that, it looks as if Blastoise Brutes are going to have to turn around, as my shot isn't sick, was able to sneak through and get a kind of dead flagpole, but kind of redirect them back into their base, as now the rest of his squad can sort of feel the rest of the map out and maybe take some positioning.
Absolutely, and you know what? I think that was critical, because looking at where Blastoise Brutes were set up, they were in position to very shortly kind of turn the screws on the Squirtle Squadron team. So getting those players turned around, looking back at their own base, maybe having to reposition, spend time returning that flag, may have given the Squirtle Squadron a little chance at life here, a little chance of breaking out of a potential chokehold here at their own base, or of the map.
Yeah, everybody goes down the map except for Viz. He's the last standing survivor as he pushes up into Terminal. Catches the spawners of Blastoise in the back of flag and cuts there. Puts a little bit of damage down, but putting a little bit of pressure on him. Fresh snipers going to be spawning up here in the bottom of S1. Both teams, 1 go down for both teams. Make that 3 go down for Squirtle Squadron again here. The numbers advantage going to be in favor of Blastoise as they look to try to get that sniper and maybe try to get a little bit more map as they're pushing up. And Viz whips out the shotgun, gets the crucial trade, and takes a dive off the map.
Absolutely. 2 dead now for Squirtle Squadron, and it looks like Drunken Veal here pushing up into their base. S1 now taken by Blastoise Brutes here and Roivich. And I will keep calling him Roivich because I am European, and I apologize if it's Roivich.
I think it's fair. I think you're considering, this guy could be Roivich, not Roivich, but either way, doing good things for his team now is across the board. Blastoise, Brutes, Drunken Veal leading the way in the Slays department with 10 kills.
Oh, gets it!
And Roivich picking up the top of S2, but he gets picked off. 2 down for each side right now. Outlaw picking up Outlaw picking up the scrappy sniper here. He's got 4 shots in the chamber, and he's looking for whoever is pushing into his needles. That FPS timing, though, the moment he de-scopes is when he comes out, and that's tough.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Like, it's all about timing there. There's not really much that he did wrong. It was just at the wrong time, and keeping his composure, and Silent Serenity not keeping their head.
Composure able to get that sniper, gets the double kill, and then gets the no scope flag pull. He's already doing the G slide across there into the plasmas. He's gonna get down this long haul here, and he's got a great shot here. Make it to the other side unscathed. 4 up for both sides here, but keep composure. Not getting tested at all, and easily slides across the map for the cap.
Absolutely. And Squirrel Squadron are in an awkward position. It does look like a strong one, but this kind of hold here, this kind of positioning can fall apart very quickly. And that's the first piece of the puzzle down. 2 now down for Squirtle Squadron. But My Shot able to capitalize, get those rockets, get them down onto Drunken Veal. Oh, a missed shot. 2 shots fired off at, like, I would say long range for those rockets. And not really the damage and impact that we kind of would have hoped for. But this flag run is still somewhat alive. Oh, unfortunate grenade there from Viz catching My Shot. And with both flags now just out and around, and Squirtle Squad, or Blastoise, kind of managing to turn the screw a little here. The flag is returned, and they make it up. They turned an attack, or like they turned a desperate defense, what looked, in my eyes anyway, as a desperate defense, into an amazing attack, going 2-0 up now here with 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, impressive stuff from him there, and 5 minutes left. A lot of game time in here, but you have to think that Blastoise here, they're a bit of a machine that's hard to stop, as we've seen it in the earlier rounds. Continuing their dominance right now, led by Drunken Veal with 15 kills and Keep Composure with 14. The two of them combining for nearly 30 kills on their own, and the scoreboard is definitely reflecting that and how it's going right now.
Yeah, My Shot here, getting some good shots down and with some decent presence here, but a lot of angles to cover, and does go down. The problem now is that with with the numbers advantage in the favor of Blastoise Brutes, they should be able to clear their backline here, push out through that long haul with the help of Drunken Veal on the cross, and kind of grind Squirtle Squadron into a very bad kind of situation where they could find themselves all spawning down on S1.
Yeah, and it looks as if you called it there. They're going to all spawn there in the bottom of S1. As Keep Composure times up his push. They have 2 down already and pull the flag out easily. He's making his way over into cuts. They get a 3rd guy down. The only way Squirtle Squadron's going to do anything is if they can overextend, but it looks like Drunken Veal already shuts them down. 4 down here, and they're easily just going to coast their way to a map 1 victory here on CTF.
Absolutely. And yeah, like 3-0, a very convincing 3-0 as well from Blastoise Brutes. There were some good individual moments there from Squirtle Squadron, but Blastoise Brutes really kind of put a lot of pressure on the team at all times. And they never really managed to get a foothold in the map, or in the match. Like, they did end up with one decent situation, but with all 4 players on the enemy side. And but as we were saying, it's a very kind of fragile situation to find yourself in. You need to make that cross across to either needles or sniper, and you have to pick your poison quickly. Unfortunately, it looked like Blastoise Brutes came back up out of their spawn and were able to withstand that pressure and kind of capitalize on the fact that all those players were hanging out outside green with absolutely no cover.
Yeah, absolutely no cover, and they easily went in there and were able to control the spawns. Having Squirtle Squadron spawn at the bottom of S1 as they pulled the flag out, having control of that long haul side, so crucial for that map, especially when you're talking about CTF and running the flag. And yeah, that sort of dominance there, they definitely kind of have a little bit of the momentum as we move into the second map, which will be Slayer on Streets. A little bit of a change up in terms of moving from Empyrean to Streets. So could present the opportunity for Squirrel Squadron here to, to come out strong, maybe get an early lead and work with what they got, where they got to do a little bit of something here to kind of answer back to that 3-0 win on CTF.
Absolutely. And Wild Streets is a different kettle of fish. I think Blastoise Brutes, when we watched them last, had a fantastic Slayer Streets and really put the hurt on. So it's going to be a difficult road back here for Squirtle Squad coming into Streets, and I think Livefire Oddball, like that could be Last Chance Saloon if they're not careful.
Last Chance Saloon, yeah, could be a tough and difficult drink to take if you do make it all the way there and you're not able to come out on top.
Make mine a sarsaparilla.
Exactly. But for you and I, though, definitely we'll be a little bit biased and hoping we can go the distance here and get a little bit more Halo, as we've had a couple of quick series so far up to this point. So definitely looking to see two teams battle it out over some more maps.
I'm gonna tell you something though. I mean, we are going to see a game 3 in this match. So we are guaranteed a game 3 in this best of 5 series. You know, so we are definitely going to see a lot more Halo than we have in our series, like on stream so far today. You know, I mean, yes, we have seen quite a few 2-0s here, and it's just sometimes luck of the draw. You know, like there were a couple of bangers off screen. A lot of them went, 2-1, but you know, and hopefully that shakes out for us here as we go into Slayer Streets. You know, and I would love nothing more than to be wrong. And I wish all the best to Squadron of Squirtles, you know, Squirtle, and etc. and so forth. And let's just hope that they don't turtle up in this big occasion.
Yeah, definitely have to shine up those shades for the Squirtle Squadron here. Definitely have to be going in here kind of, I think, almost coming in here guns ablazing and not being afraid of Blastoise here. I think if they're able to come out here, maybe get an early lead, kind of catch them off guard a bit, that could potentially lead its way into generating some more momentum here on Slayer on Streets, as this map is kind of tight knit and it can be a little bit snowbally. But Blastoise, though, we've seen them play on Streets before, and just in terms of the way the teamwork is happening, they're able to cover each other's crosses and kind of work a lot smarter rather than harder, and that's kind of where that's how they found themselves in the position they're in this tournament, essentially being the number 1 seed.
Definitely. Like, you know, they've been incredibly impressive. The only undefeated team to this point only dropped 1 map in their 4 games so far today. So, an incredibly impressive performance by them, and the only ones to beat Pika Posse as well. I mean, you know, we might be seeing, you know, a little bit of a rematch in the next series if the seedings or anything go by.
Yeah, for sure. And then I think, just in terms of even how this series shakes up, when we get to the grand finals, I still think it's going to be a good one. And usually none of these players disappoint whenever we make it that far.
Yeah, but I've got to say, like, this is a best of 5, right? Anything can happen in a best of 5. You know, like in best of 3s, you can kind of be out of the game before it starts, right? You know what I mean? So, like, at least in the best of 5, you kind of have a bit of, a bit more of a chance to kind of grow into a series. Kind of maybe pick at, like, little things you notice. Like, you'll notice who's in your crosshairs, right, when you're shooting them, and how many of the times you are the one who comes out of that alive. And if you're able to isolate a couple of those, give your team an advantage going into those team fights, that could allow your team to really kind of start to snowball. So we'll see if Squirtle Squadron are able to put the pieces together against this incredibly strong team. So we will be in our game in just a moment, but I can guarantee you that Hansel has not cut my hair.
Oh man, I love that. I love it. You always just go like a hard left turn sometimes, Delta, and you know what? I never know what to expect, and I love it.
You gotta give the chat what they want, and they're all asking about, like, my damn hair. But yes, no, yeah, it's quite long. But yeah, no,
it sounds like
he's
jealous. Sounds like he's jealous, really. Comes down to.
I don't know. I mean, like, some people just like, going, hey, your hair is long. Congrats, good job. It's still there. for now. So enjoy, you know.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, definitely firing on all cylinders here. I think, in terms of going in here, we're gonna get things kicked off here with Drunken Veal looking to push out a driveway here, taking tons of grenade damage. Royvich following for him back up here on the top of the driveway. They're able to get the easy pick here, and one go down for either side. A lingering member still in the back of Arcade. Camo on about 5 seconds left on the timer here. Both teams going to be trying to get in a good position for it, but 3 go down for Squirrel Squadron, and it looks like Blastoise will get the first camo of the game.
Does look that way. 4-3 still the score. Now, a lot of players won't have had as much time as others figuring their way around figuring their way around the camo, how to best utilize it on a map like this. You know, it isn't like a massively open map, but it does have long journeys that you need to take from setup to setup. You know, so it's all about timing here. And Robsy does go down. Rap Hands, my apologies. The artist formerly known as Robsy goes down. And 2 dead now. 8-6, I believe, the score. And hopefully now Silent is able to avoid that grenade. Might be able to do something here on this push. My shot getting the AR shots in, but does go down for his trouble. 4 kills now, the difference. And yeah, we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, not in a good spot here in the bottom of C, trying to get out of here. Royvik putting some damage and backing down red. In the meantime, one of his teammates goes down because there was a flanker that pushed in the top C. Now's the time to push. Royvik and company able to 2v1. 2 go down, double kill by Rap Hands. The last 2 members of Squirrel Squadron down here in the bottom of the driveway. And all 3 go down there and they increase their lead. 6 kills right now in the driver's seat. And they're going to be pushing up here on these spawners.
Can I just potentially caster's curse something here? Royvik, damn it. 1 kill on the board, but it had yet to die, and we're almost down to 9.5 minutes. So, I mean, that is a very impressive stat line. You know, that life lasted a long time, and unfortunate to go down there in a cacophony of grenades as the scoreline now reads 15-12 in the favor of Blastoise Brutes.
Yeah, and of course it's going to come down here to Viz, the guy that always makes the play happen here. Pushing up on some damage, able to get the first kill. He's leading his team in slays, but on the other side, Blastoise, Rap Hands, wrapping it up nicely with an 8-3 stat line. And they're moving swiftly across the map here as they're able to kind of just do what it is they want to do here. They know Squirrel Squadron's going to be stuck here in the back of C. Rap Hands getting that shotgun there, ready for a C push.
No.
Great grenade there on the welcome mat of C stairs. Says, hey, how you doing, as he starts to move in.
How are you? Yeah, we have Rap Hands there with just the filthiest grenade. Like, that is unbelievable. Like, that bounced up into the face of the poor awaiting my shot. And, you know, these players, they know each other quite a bit, you know? They're both been around the server for quite a while, and that one's gonna hurt my shot.
Yeah, that one's definitely going to get talked about later. And then Amazon also take notes on that special delivery of that nade, as now we have the fresh active camo coming up here, just a couple seconds left on it. 2 go down for the side of Blastoise, so it looks like Squirrel Squadron is going to be in a great spot here to potentially get this, and then that would be a great little move for them as they are down right now in this Slayer. We're moving into the second half of the game.
Yeah, Outlaw here on the prowl, but the lead is now at 7, although this could be a delayed trade. No, it looks like Outlaw was able to get that kill clean. So Drunken Veal here now just needs to live, because now is one of those moments in the mid-game where the game can turn on its head. And Blastoise Brutes now just need to make sure that they're trading out in this team fight. But HCS Outlaw late to this fight Um, the score, though, is now down to 3, and this is an awkward position for Viz to find himself in. Does make his way under A, and now is a snake in the grass. Unbelievable awareness and movement to be able to get himself in a position to put down damage. And Outlaw does chase a bit of damage there, but when all is said and done, another kill has come off the lead here. 6 now, the difference.
Yeah, 6 now the difference. It looks like Skrull Squadron's having a tough time, closing the gap there as they're able to hang with them, and it just seems to be more of the trades. Right now, Viz 10 and 7 for them. On the other end, though, Raphan still really strong with the 12 and 6 as he circles around for the back smack easily and finishes off the double kill.
The gentleman's double kill. You don't get a medal for that one, but you know,
You do in Delta's book.
You do in my book. Oh, that grenade really putting a lot of pressure on Viz now, and completely disconnected from his team, unable to live there. Excellent work. Double kill coming out of Drunken Veal. Now 8 and 10, but really putting you know, the kills down when they need it in this situation here. Now 8 kills now the difference, and we're kind of entering the danger zone now. That grenade very good, but unfortunately not a frag. Gets stuck in the wall and is ineffective.
Effective indeed here. That was a heck of a push. Blastoise holding on strong there, and essentially not taking any loss in the numbers. They're up by 9 here. You're looking at the last 9 kills to finish it out here.
Oh, but it's quickly turned into a 7-kill game. 6 now. So that lead has been cut down significantly in the last few seconds, as it looked like maybe there was just a delayed trade situation there, and they could still find themselves in with a shout of this game if they're able to win the next team fight.
Yeah, next team fight crucial here. Outlaw on the top of C balcony, looking for that crossover on B to get some numbers.
Oh, Robsy just manages to evade detection there from HCS Outlaw, and this could be the beginning of the end for this game too.
Beginning of the end here. Couple trades still coming in across the board. 38 to 45. Battle going down here on driveway. As Blastoise here wisely backs up, realizing that the Squirrel Squadron is definitely turtled in here in the sea. A straggler, though, out in the middle trying to just survive, and that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, like, you know, when you find yourself in Harry Potter, you know, you've got to just find a way out of that closet, and unfortunately, for Silent, unable to do so.
Able to do so. Just a couple kills left on the board there. My Shot still gets another kill. He ends up going down. The last little one on the table for him there in the top of B as Raphan gets a double kill fittingly to end that game as he ends up with a 2-to-1 kill death ratio going 18 and 9.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there from Raphan's. Like, great stat line. Keep composure as well up there with quite a few kills. And that isn't to say that there weren't some great slaying performances on Squirtle Squadron. I mean, we saw My Shot really hanging in there, despite all things kind of falling down. And of course, Fizz, top of the slays on his team there. But as we can see, like, the kind of slaying prowess here now of Blastoise really starting to show in this semi-final, and they're definitely laying down a marker for whomever they find in the final should they win this oddball game on Livefire. Conversely, what do I always say about Game 3 Livefire oddball? It's exactly what you want to see, right? If you're on the back foot, you need that chance, right? And when it comes to oddball, you are like, you know, you can kind of bridge the gap of, like, you know, a heavy slaying differential with some very heads up play. It's all about efficiency now. You know, how do you capitalize on the kills that you do get, right? And if they are able to do that, like, they might find themselves in with a puncher's chance here on game 3.
Yeah, and oddball matches can usually be a grind session if it ends up going to 3 rounds. And if you're on the side of Squirtle Squadron and you end up coming out on top after a bloodbath of oddball, that's definitely the step you need in terms of going in the right direction and starting to potentially lead down the road to a reverse sweep. But Blastoise Brutes, I know they're not gonna, definitely not gonna roll over that easily as they haven't all day. They've been doing just a fantastic job of a team coming together and playing on basically on the same page. You notice a lot of their plays, there's usually one to two of them super connected. So whenever you see one of their players, they got another one that's got a different angle on you, ready to put shots down on you. And it's been difficult for anybody that's gone against them today.
Yeah, no, they have been incredibly impressive, and I am looking forward to seeing as much as I can of them in this series. But I can tell you that Squirtle Squadron will have something to say about that. They're going to want to win this. They're going to want to take this to Game 5, and like give themselves the chance to clutch it out in a Slayer. Sometimes when the pressure's on, players can get a bit nervy, and if uh, if you're on the back or if you're off the back of two straight losses, I mean, who knows? But it's gonna take quite an effort here for the Squirtle Squadron to come out victorious on this map 3.
Yeah, difficult road ahead for them if they want to take a little bit more control into this series. But we've seen them before. In terms of what we saw earlier in the day, they kind of came out a little bit flat, but they turned things around quickly, and they're going to have to conjure up some more of the same in order to get back into this game and this series and the tournament as their backs are against the wall here. Single elimination. Still, though, making it into the top four of the six total teams we had come out today. Fantastic show out this draft tournament that we're hosting here early in March as we start to uh, make our way out of winter and start heading into spring. And we
We've been in
also,
spring for a month over here. You're like, our spring starts in February. Oh man. Yeah, no. Like it is still cold here though. So yeah, you're right. We are kind of now heading into the spring era where we're hoping that the little seedling Squirtle can blossom into a beautiful Blastoise. Doesn't really work though, does it? Because they're up against Blastoise.
well, you might need a Blastoise in order to defeat a Blastoise.
You know? Who blasts the Blastoise? You know? That's the question we've all got to ask ourselves. We are in the action now as we are following my shot as he puts down some early aggression onto mid, sensing that push there from Pillars and able to get a trade out of it. The two dead now for Squirtle Squadron though, and with Keep Composure having the sniper in his back pocket, things could get a bit dicey. But Squirtle Squadron have gotten the ball and they've made their way to A. Silva.
Yeah, and A could be a potential trap as there's not a lot of opportunities to reset the ball. So Outlaw here, he's going to have to be heads up and where the pressure's coming. Already sees one pushing him from big door, kind of hanging out here, and of course,
You gotta be heartbroken.
facing everything he didn't want to face. As now he drops the ball outside of window and Keep Composure Blastoise here, just trying to get some early slays here, but a great answer back from Squirrel Squadron there, not letting them get easily to the ball as they pick it back up again, trying to control it over here on the A side. And yeah, the A side could be extremely difficult to hold it down here as both are going to be vying for position, and this ball could potentially end up staying here in the back of A side for the rest of the round. I've seen it happen before.
Yeah, I think that ball is going back unless Blastoise want to make a play for it here. Some great work there from Squirtle Squadron, actually. They will want to get hands on the ball, but it does get reset just in time. A blessing for Blastoise Brutes, giving them the chance to spawn back up with the ball now out in A. Actually, it didn't get reset. So it is on A plat now. That's a miserable spot for them to be. They wanted, I believe, to try and get on their bike towards B, but they ended up getting caught out, and now that ball out in screens is just inviting a counter hold from the side of Blastoise Brutes.
Yeah, and we're seeing really good signs of life here from Squirrel Squadron too.
Yeah, absolutely. And the cutie here now, running up around top. Hopefully he's going to be able to get into up to some shenanigans here. Um, but the ball is making its way to top tower, the optimal place to hold it. Of course, but it's in the hands of Keep Composure, and Keep Composure is a big component of the slaying. Oh, it's a pancake on the mainstream, ladies and gentlemen. Rapans getting a pancake there onto HCS Outlaw. And the ball now making its way, I believe, to Mud. Yes, around. Oh, it's actually made it all the way to B. Triple kill from Viz with the invis. That grenade, you know, you could be forgiven for that one. You know, I think your teammates are going to be absolutely fine if you're killing 3 players on the enemy team to take a smidge of splash damage off.
And potentially a Hail Mary for him to try to get the overkill would have been a great thing to capture. But Viz, again, I think more times than not, when the pressure is on and things need to happen, Viz delivers. We're seeing him do it on early here as he has 11 kills and only 4 deaths. Making it easy for the rest of his team here as they got out to an early 43-0 lead, but that lead has been deleted by Blastoise Brutes as right now they're past 61 and dumped the ball off. Squirrel Squadron here had success holding the ball in the back of A, but ever since the ball moved out, it's been tough for them.
There's a good chance if they can get that ball out, but no. Royvich on the prowl. Viz dead. Outlaw dead, and my shot unable to make it up there with that ball. It lies out there in back C, and it is going up top A, and or top C. My apologies. And Royvit now in a great position to soak up some more time. I mean, every second that ticks by here is another shot of adrenaline, a shot of nerves into the veins of Squirtle Squadron.
Couldn't have said it better myself, as right now Blastoise about to round the corner on 90 seconds here, and Royvik still staying alive with a couple of his teammates going down. He ends up finishing it at 90 seconds, but the ball doesn't get reset. And now it's going to be here in tower in the side of Squirtle Squadron here. They're going to be in a great position. They already have numbers advantage still with 2 down on the side of Blastoise. Rounding the corner here at about 60 seconds. They're only 30 seconds away from taking the lead here. This round is not over.
Absolutely, and with that 10 seconds, it's just enough time that if you need to reset the ball, you can, right? If we're talking 92, if we're talking 93, resetting the ball can be extremely dangerous, but a great win there by Viz. 3 dead on the side of Blastoise Brutes now, and 13 now the difference. Camo going into the chest of Viz, and he is on the prowl with that sniper rifle. He can go wherever he wants and get whatever angle he wants. He is waiting around bottom mid, but I think now he's getting the information that there's a push coming over by Mudside, able to deal with the flank element from mid, but 96 now the score to 90, and with the roles reversed here, Keep Composure now has almost free reign to go walkabout and avoid any damage, picking up this round 1, 100 to 96, and we have a game on our hands now. So,
tough break for Squirtle Squadron there. They had control from tower over to the B side, but it was the push across top mid by Blastoise that essentially gutted their setup and rounded out the win there on the first round. We'll have to see here, Squirtle Squadron, even more pressure on them here as they hope to stay in this tournament. They're going to have to pull out a round 2 win here on Oddball and a round 3 if they want to continue moving on.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is kind of like one of those knife edge moments, you know what I mean? Like, you can either take this as, look, we pushed them all the way. It's the first time in this series where we look like we had a very decent chance of taking something from this team. And, you know, we've shown that we can do it. Now let's go and put the final piece of the puzzle together. Or, on the other hand, it could be a back-breaking defeat. So it's all about the mentality now of the players on the Squirtle Squadron squad.
Exactly, and Blastoise already kind of carrying over the momentum here as they get the first 25 seconds on the clock here, but Outlaw looking to stop that milk session there. Oh, gets blocked by the corner, but he does end up getting the kill. Ball reset. They're going to be in a good position for a C hold now.
Yeah, and they need to be fast though. They can't dilly-dally here. There are a lot of ways. What? The sniper's up on top C? And this is devastating. What a play there. I believe it was Robsy who managed to get that sniper up top A or top C and really put the kibosh on any possibility of Skirtle Squadron getting their hold. I didn't even see that, and I can see through walls, man.
Hey, that was one heck of a flank and great timing as it basically hamstrung the Squirtle Squadron. So that was their big break, and now they're going to have to battle back. 2 down on their side as Royvik holding on here, gets the double beat down on Viz around the corner and adding some insult to injury here as now they push to the 60-second mark.
Ooh, could be a problem. Is a problem. Goes down, 2 dead now for either side as they scramble. That's another trade. And now it's just Viz versus Keep Composure with Wrap Hands coming off the spawn.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, Viz able to get the ball here and get a quick reset, which could help, at least stop the bleeding from the count. But it's going to be on the rest of his teammates.
That's their star player. They're putting in a desperate attempt. Not going to be available for the start of this team fight. So it's up now to Silent Serenity, to Outlaw, to My Shot, to really make this hold a possibility.
Yeah, and they've had success, though, holding this ball over in A in the first round. Ultimately, they didn't win that round, but they got the first 46 seconds on the board on a decent hold in the back of A. It does have a lot of risk with it, though, because if Blastoise gets in here and kills them all and the ball's not reset, they'll be in the same exact advantageous position. Fresh sniper up on the board, Keep Composure. Going to be looking for an opportunity to destroy this setup here. Swinging a miss across the middle, but ends up ripping the ball handler here. He's seeing blood in the water. Got Viz down to 1 shot, and he cleans it up. And unfortunately, the way I called it, that's the situation that unfolded.
Oh, yeah, that one's going to hurt now. You see, I do like the idea of the window hole. Like, in concept, it feels good, right? It easily allows your ball player to be active, right? It allows them to be able to see what's going on. The only problem is, as you said, handing over the setup. There's no quick way to reset. There's no good way to reset either from that position. You have to make your way all the way to B to get that ball in the drink.
Yeah, to get it in the drink, and both sides going back and forth here in the rat tunnel, pushing back and forth. Still just a couple trades across the board. 2 down for the side of the Squirrel Squadron and Blastoise here. It's a 2v2 scenario. Pivotal 1v1 there by My Shot. He stays alive. He could give his teammates spawns here over by scoreboard, and he does. That's huge. If he goes down, they're flushed out, and Blastoise has an opportunity to round out the rest of this game as they only need 16 seconds left to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it's about keep away, right? You get your time when you can, but you know that these Blastoise boys can slay, right? So it's all about making sure that you have your guns in the right place at the right time, and you know when to fight as the ball carrier.
And knowing when the fight's so crucial in terms of trying to play objective and smart with it, but the ball fumbles out on the top of bags. 1 down for each side here. Viz comes off with the ball, looking to try to make a B rotation, but he gets shot in the back. My shot too many.
Pancake.
So close. 2 down both sides though. Even numbers, 2v2 scenario. Composure pushing up the turbine, trying to get some early damage on, and they clean up the kill. Nice shots by him. And only 24 seconds difference here, but it feels like one good hold could close the game out for either team.
Oh no, you hate to see it. You risk the jump out there onto sandbags, but the comms have to be coming in. HCS Outlaw needs to get out of there, but the problem is they're getting pushed on both sides. He needs to go down middle, and that's terrible. You never want to be going down middle. So out he goes to window, but that's straight into the eyesight of Royvik, who is pushing his way down the scoreboard now, getting shots in on Outlaw, who will shortly go down unless his teammates are able to bail him out here. But my God, what a win! What a win by Outlaw. Manages to get the ball played. He does have teammates out in Turbine and up on top, or on sandbags. And This fight now is crucial for the side of Squirrel Squadron. They must win this. They need to get their hands on that ball for at least 5 more seconds to bring this to a round 3 in this game 3. And it looks like they might be able to do it now. They are going to have to rush into A and try and survive. But I'm not quite sure how they're going to do it because there's a lot of pressure coming down Turbine, and that's not where you want to have to drop the ball.
And not a good spot, but Viz, who else do you want in this scenario? He got the double kill and the assist to help clean him out. He's still locking down the back of A spawns, but 2 go down from the side of Blastoise, though. It could be time that they're milking on the clock.
Oh, unlucky there. Needed to hit that no-scope. Keep them in it. I'm just kind of looking around here now. The ball has somehow made its way to C. Somehow ball has returned. It is, however, stuck up on ramp. They need to put themselves in a position where they can get away from any incoming damage. My shot is, or Silent Serenity is after making that jump up, but the ball is on the ground. 86 seconds remaining. And here it is. The last 3 from Viz. Who else but Viz to come in at the 11th hour? And hey, you know what? It doesn't matter if it's 12 points. If it's the last 12, that's what you want to have on your score sheet.
Yeah, when you got Viz on your team, it adds +10 to clutch factor because he always seems to deliver and able to salvage what was almost a could have been dangerous for them as they weren't able to close it out. But Viz, of course, cleans it up and makes sure they get the win. Both teams now, you can tell they both want it. Moving to the 3rd round of oddball here. It seems like this is probably the most competitive and back and forth we've seen this series so far. A lot on the line for Squirrel Squadron. Blastoise Brutes, though, not as much pressure on them, but it looks like Squirrel Squadron's ready to answer the call.
Absolutely, and another problem there again with getting that ball out of the map, right? Like, there was a prime opportunity there for Outlaw to toss that ball into the water, but instead now, the ball in possession of Blastoise Brutes. And, you know, this team fight now is a desperate one for Squirtle Squadron because, like, their backs are against the wall. They're fighting from poor positions. And while Blastoise Brutes are open, they do have a lot more ability to coordinate their shots. Oh my god, who needs to coordinate anything or keep composure at hitting shots like that? 30 and 17.
Yep, exactly. Just about to mention that 30 and 17 right now. Absolutely going off on a tear. And across the board here, they have, I think Blastoise has a little bit of the edge on the Slays, but both these teams, it doesn't matter as the objective efficiency, like you called ahead, is the most important part here. Blastoise set up in C, but Viz with the sniper taking the head off of the ball carrier here, looking to make a splash. Able to push up here in the top mid. Got teammates with damage. Starts to slow down just a little bit. Drunken Veal with a huge double kill.
Yeah, that was fantastic work there from Drunken Veal. I mean, you know, slipping and sliding, but it does look like they're able to get the ball around up the C. The problem is now they need to understand what kind of pressure they're in. Outlaw going for the hold. That ball needs to be reset. It needs to go in the drink. Silent Serenity getting the kill, but C still in possession of Blastoise Brutes, and they're in a position now where they should be able to deny any ball time here, even though Squirtle Squadron are pushing pretty heavily on this.
Yeah, pushing heavily on the C and in a great spot to get that invis that's coming up. They got a 47, pushing about 50 seconds here. They're closing out. Second part of this round, ball round. They've had a lot of success holding it over here on the tower side. Squirtle Squadron, though, looking to push out here through dummies. They're able to get the first kill on Royvik. There's 3 of them wolf packing across C plat. Meanwhile, Blastoise trying to rotate outside of B. 3 go down on their side. They're not able to reset the ball. I believe the 4th one hanging out here in the back, trying to get the reset. Unsuccessful. Great play by Squirtle Squadron. This is going to give them an opportunity to get some of that lead taken down a bit as this already charging in the garage here. 2 down, 3 down for Blastoise here. So they're going to be pushing probably the 30-second mark before they even face another challenge.
Great game awareness. Great game sense to know that there's only 2 places they're going to be coming from. Unfortunately, picks the wrong one. And now in trouble. HDS Outlaw is going to need to play that ball, and does. The ball goes into the water. And here now, oh my god, all 4 appear on front of Silent
Enemy
Serenity
has
and
the
take
ball.
him down. And now it's all up to my shot. Can his
Enemy
shot
has the
be
ball.
sick? It is. Gets the necessary kill. His teammate here, Viz, just really
Enemy
putting the
has the
damage
ball.
down, and 3 dead now as they start moving the ball towards A, which I believe is the right choice because I think the spawns are going to be favorable for this. Oh, wait, though. Rap Hands has made his way all the way down to B, almost like he felt it was coming, and they're on their way back to window. The only problem is I don't know how much support that player has up there. It is looking like if my shot falls, this ball could be in jeopardy.
Could be in jeopardy, but looks as if they're able to stop them off. Outlaw. It's funny. I was talking about how risky the A hold is, but it's been one of the most successful moves for Squirtle Squadron, and they're using it again to try to get themselves into a position. Two are going to be pushing that window player. That's, oh no, this is going to be a potential flip
Needs to
here.
be out. But, I mean, if his teammates are able to pull out Slays here, I mean, it's all down to Silent Serenity in this 1v2. If he's
Enemy
able
has
to
the
do some
ball.
damage, he might be able to do something about this hold. But now we're entering Squeaky Bomb time. 72 points on the board here for Blastoise Brutes, and they take the lead now with only
Enemy
22
team nearing
seconds
victory.
required, and it's going to have to be now or never for Squirtle Squadron.
Ball dropped.
Yeah, and it looks like they did have to drop the ball here and fight Blastoise. Two go down for Squirtle Squadron on the push. Keep composure
Enemy
here. He's
has
going to
the
be looking to
ball.
make a play
Oh
with the
no.
ball here and put his team in a good position to finish it out. He's got a teammate up on C plat, starts the engagement, but he's just going to hang out here in cuts and wait to see what happens. But
Enemy has
two
the
go down on
ball.
his side. He rushes for
Oh!
the reset, puts it in the
Ball
drink. Fresh
incoming.
reset here. Squirrel Squadron. They got to be up on the spawners here, getting this ball back to C.
Enemy has the ball.
Fast as well.
Ball
My
dropped.
shot
Enemy has the ball.
sensing that in, obviously it's easy for me to say it in here, but I mean in game having the sense to know now need to go now is like the difference between, your top level players and your kind of like less experienced players.
Yeah, that processing, taking into account where your teammates are, where the
Oh,
enemy team is, and how
beautiful.
many are down, and what a great display by Squirtle Squadron to hang around in that one. 43 and 27 for Viz, leading the way in the slaves, but some objective efficiency across the board from Squirtle Squadron there as they made every one of their holds count, whether it was the A side, the C side, the cut side, it didn't matter.
Absolutely, and I'm just watching back now. This run from my shot, just heads up play, gets up there, and then has the awareness to know I can get up here without being shot right now. Viz is taking on all challengers, and while he's up there, there's absolutely no pressure on him. He sees no one, and the only way that they can get to him is through his teammates. So, able to clutch up there in the last few moments and keep his team in the game.
Yeah, and as we talked about before the match started here, this oddball is going to be very pivotal in the map 3 as they were basically had their backs against the wall and potentially getting knocked out of the tournament. But the chance for them to win a bloodbath of an oddball game gives them the momentum moving in here as we're going to be moving into a map 4 here, which will be strongholds on recharge. And I mean, just in terms
And
of
I
the way
mean,
things are going here, I don't know. I might be favoring a little bit of the Squirrel Squadron. Maybe I'm joining up on the squad here.
yeah, I mean, they really put it together, and they showed that like, they can, when their backs up against the wall, pull one out. They weren't only just facing elimination in the game, they were facing elimination from the series there, down 2-1 after losing that first round, like, 100 to 96. I mean, lesser teams would have just crumbled under that, they could have just gone, is there anything we can do against these guys? We got it to within 4, and, we just couldn't get it over the line. And that can stick in your head. But no, not for this team. They put their heads down. They did what they did in the tournament as a whole. Game 1, loss, whatever. Dust yourself off, get up, come back, win your next 2, and book yourselves a place in this semi final. And, I just hope that, they're able to bring this to a game 5, a deserved game 5, because we could have seen a very quick series here.
Yeah, we could have seen a very quick series, and I'm happy to see that it's going to be going a little bit further in the distance. And for Blastoise, them, that was only the second map that they've dropped today. So something they are a little unfamiliar with, but we do have them in terms of just continuing to have consistent performances across the board. I'm not quite sure exactly how they're taking away that oddball map, but I do know that Squirtle Squadron, though, is probably 100% fired up, in terms of just the signs of life and kind of just being in that position can be really good in terms of being that team and starting to kind of chip away and believe that we're still in the series where we're competing with these guys, and it's not going to be that easy.
No, definitely. And yeah, my apologies there, as we're coming in now to this recharge game. And we're following here now Drunken Veal, who's had some brilliant moments here so far in this entire tournament, really. And, we all know that this Strongholds kind of setup, we saw an amazing
Ooh.
tight triple kill for Propsy, and he breaks open this, and we could see a very early trip cap now. They're going to probably spawn on C and flip it, but I mean, a great start here for Rapans and by extension Blastoise Brutes.
Yeah, now they have the A-B hold here, but the battle's taking place over on B. Hands continuing to lay damage down and clean them up here. 1 kill away from a killing spree on the opening. 4 go down on the side of Squirtle Squadron, which is not going to be good. They're going to be spawning over here on the C side. And now, in terms of the map control, it is in Blastoise's court as they have the crosses from from bottom A all the way across to gold. But Squirrel Squadron doesn't care. They get 2 down on Blastoise and start pushing their way through gold.
Absolutely, and who else but Fizz leading the charge, hanging around on B, trying to stay alive as long as possible. And now the call is in. We have to get to C now because that rotation is very powerful, and the setup they have, they can't really allow, A to go down without response.
And currently, it goes back in the opposite direction here. Squirrel Squadron getting the A-B hold and start getting some points on the board.
Serenity's alive. He survived
Serenity
that.
is alive.
Oh my god, that's unbelievable. I thought he was a gonzo for sure. Does go down in the end here, but is able to take down the shields of Keep Composure. Unfortunately, no one really there to capitalize at the time. Keep Composure does try go for the remote death flick, but with B now being captured, all Viz can do is sit on C and wait for his squad to get some form of cohesion back.
Yeah, some form of cohesion back and Keep Composure. We've seen he's all put together. He's currently sitting at 9 kills and only 2 deaths, leading the charge from Blastoise. As now he's going to be looking to make his way here in the bottom of blue pipes. He's got C in his control here, but he's going to be looking to try to break that cross, putting damage all in over here on L1, L2 batteries, but damage unfortunately not getting capitalized on. He starts making the move in himself and tries to clean the kills up, but is unsuccessful here. And then make his move here, gets the first kill on Outlaw on L1, flips around here. He's got my shot in the bottom of A here.
Oh, my shot. He's so slippery. He's so slippery. Oh,
he gets the kill and he's going to flip A.
Yeah, and we're looking at a trip cap situation here. Oh, our poor boy down, face down. I will say, like, peek behind the curtains, my shot is very big contributor here for the behind the scenes of the Trailblazer endeavor here, the championship series, the drafts, very involved, along with shield scenes, base crabs as well, really, putting a lot of effort to make Halo, or like the Trailblazer Championship Series, what you see in front of you here. And, due in no small part to the excellent animation work and production skills of our great Sozer.
Yeah, lots of people, initiative takers that make all of this come together. And, just a huge thank you to everybody that tuned in today. Make sure you hit up the chat and say hello, as we're having a good time out here as we are working our way through the strongholds on recharge.
Oh,
Both teams back and forth here fighting for that A-B hold. Viz with the invis on B, able to make sure he gets the capture there and stays alive in back B. Be crucial for him here, but the corner capture is going to be everything.
oh,
Viz
great.
is still
Unfortunate,
patrolling. Still patrolling that batteries and shutting it down.
Yeah, and look again, another strongholds game, 77 to 77. Like these games have been crackers when we've seen them. You know, this and the last recharge strongholds we saw have been amazing displays by both teams. Absolute nail biters, a lot of them.
Yeah, and you love to see it, and I think that's what we kind of saw in the last map there was the series really started to cook with some heat, as early on it was all Blastoise Brutes getting the first 2 maps, but Squirrel Squadron hanging on, answering back in map 3, and they pushed it to a map 4 here. They're in a great position, still control this map, but 2 go down as soon as I bring it up.
Unfortunate there, like my shot got you know, the T-Rex debuff, unfortunately. He's still in their control. If they are able to flip the C hill, they will maintain the pressure on Blastoise Brutes, and the pressure up to this point has been beginning to, you know, take its toll.
Yeah, the pressure is a lot, and it's crazy right now is that Squirtle Squadron in the lead, but definitely the Slays are favoring Blastoise Brutes. Just goes to show that in these objective game modes, Squirtle Squadron is doing a really good job of making a huge impact on the objective and playing great positioning. And love to see it when their backs against the wall here as they get another 2 down on Blastoise. Another member down here in the bottom of control, cleaning up that kill. He's looking to get it, but he can't. And a fresh camo's up.
But where is Viz? He is on a like a bullet, flipping it for his team, getting a trade out, and giving his team time to get back to their scoring ways. B now being taken over by our Squirrel Squadron, and they have the pick of the litter. Do they want A? Do they want C? And yeah, this one could be going on for quite a while yet.
Good play by Keep Composure there, who stayed hidden in the back of Hydro. So as Squirtle Squadron sent 2 to cap C and hold the C-B hold, Keep Composure. Perfect timing coming out with the trigger discipline and putting both of them down. And now they're starting to spin things up here in the scoreboard with the unorthodox AC hold. They're looking to go back to try to continue to hold A. It flips. The battle going down here in the back of Elevator. Keep Composure trying to stay alive. Here's the last one. He's 1 shot, but he gets taken down. And then it's going to be more.
Manages to like stabilize for his team there by capping A back. Things could have gone a bit squirrely there, you know, as things got very hectic over on that side of the map. My shot here, just, you know, patrolling top gold. Important place to hold because, you know, they do watch over entrance to A from Seaside. So 25 points now the lead. And I think it's normally when you get to about 30, you can actually count it as a lead in such as the way that Strongholds typically plays out.
Yeah, and just in the way that Recharge Strongholds has played out for us today. Yeah, we saw a heck of a battle in this game map and mode earlier on in the day. Those of you that were with us, shout out to you who have stuck with us throughout as we continue to get more and more Halo on the way as Viz here ripping Drunken Veal across the map. 2 go down for Blastoise on their push. Squirrel Squadron continuing to gain a lead here as it now pushes to about 60 plus. The Wrap Hands with the camo here. He's looking to disrupt things with Viz. Able to knock him down. He's got 1 more here in the back of Elevator.
Oh, but he's been spotted!
Oh,
but he has help!
What a play.
Oh, excellent stuff. Gets them with that AC now. 70 points, the deficit for them. And, you know, cracks starting to show in this Blastoise team.
Yeah, it's crazy to definitely look like a different team here in the match. The roles have reversed, essentially, from the first 2 maps to the last 2 here. As soon as I say that, the Blastoise, though, they're able to get the AC hold here. Wrap Hands holding it down on top of A. Another member of the Squirrel goes down. 3 down for Squirtle. It's not going to be good for them on their push. Now Blastoise will have the opportunity to probably get within
Oh,
20
Veal.
points.
Veal is in a position here to really spoil things. Oh, what an excellent shot from Robsy. And Drunken Veal does find himself dead, though. And C now under pressure, but I think there might just be enough to stop this cap. And, the reinforcements are coming in from long. If Keep Composure can keep his composure, keep his position here, and not kind of get drawn into this C fight, he might be able to put in quite a lot of valuable damages. Oh my god, Nate. What a beautiful grenade there. Just took them both. And now they find themselves back in the lead. 190 to 180. And we're entering Squeaky Bum time now again there. Fox.
Oh yeah, we are. And Squirtle Squadron here, this is going to be a huge and important push here. They got to kind of be tactical of what they want to do here. It looks like Controller trying to feel it out, but Keep Composure trying to spoil their push with the flank. Viz sniffs it out here. It's basically
this
one
fight
down.
between Royvik is going to be big. And I think he wins it. So B now in their control. C now flipping as well. No points being scored, but they need to get both of these hills, and they are prevented at the last gasp from capping A. And if they don't get a favorable spawn here, which it doesn't look like they will, they're going to have to fight their way with 20 seconds to go into either A or C.
Gonna have to find a weak spot here. Camo up, but both teams not taking the bait. Killing Frenzy for Wrap Hands right now. 26-9. He says this game might just be over here as he's the one that's nailing these nails into the coffin.
Oh my god. I mean, that is unbelievable stuff from Wrap Hands there. 26-10. Killing Frenzy to close it out. And I mean, that tells it all, really. I mean, that display there coming up to the end of it, he really showed up for his team there in the last few moments to really close things out when they could have found themselves in a bit of a sticky spot going into a game 5, having lost 2 in a row.
Yeah, it was definitely some unfamiliar territory for Blastoise as they kind of found themselves the series potentially getting a little bit out of hand here as they lost Oddball, and it looked as if Strongholds could have been going in the same direction, but Wrap Hands doing a fantastic job there, just absolutely making sure the Tides will not go that direction, standing firm and strong, and getting that Killing Frenzy to close out that Strongholds and to close out the series.
Absolutely. And, absolute congratulations on making it to the final, and best of luck, because we have word that Pika Plasma Posse have won 3-1 against the Snorlax Spartans, and 2 3-1s going into this final for both of these teams. And it's looking like it's going to be a spicy one. Last time these two teams played each other, Blastoise Brutes came out on top. I believe it was a 3-1, or sorry, a 2-1 or 2-0. I will check for you right now. It was in fact 2-1 to Blastoise Brutes. So a tight series. I might get to see it.
Super
Grand
tight.
Finals.
Yeah, now
Trailblazer Spring Draft Tournament, baby.
spring is in the air, and I think we got a heck of a matchup coming up here. You're talking about Blastoise winning the 2-1 series against the Pika Posse beforehand, and now if you're the Posse, you're definitely just chomping at the bit here for the opportunity to play a full 5-game series, and with single elimination here, it's winner going home in the final series that we're going to be bringing for you guys today. So make sure to stay tuned. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be electric type versus water type.
Boogie, boogie, boogie.
We will be right back for our final. So yeah, we'll be back shortly. We just gonna get all 8 players in here, and or all 8 players, get them in a lobby, get this series dialed up for all of you and leave you with a nice little bit of anticipation.
Hey there, everybody. We are coming to you with the grand final series.
Yes. Sorry.
We're coming to you live with the grand final series of this draft day tournament hosted by the Halo Fun Time. And we've had a great time here with a lot of great Halo. And it's all led up to this final moment between our two top teams. And now we're going to be taking a peek at some of the games and maps and modes coming into this best of 5 series.
Absolutely. And coming up first, I believe I have listen, we have Recharge, King of the Hill. So wow. Great one to kick off with. One of my favorites, actually, Recharge King of the Hill. I don't know what it is, but I really do enjoy the the feel of that kind of game type. And as we come into this, our final, it's only right that we shout out all of the great events we have coming up here in the Trailblazer Championship Series. Be sure to come along to our Halo Fun Time Discord. And if you're at all interested in being part of uh, a series such as this, we are having our majors here quarterly. Like, so every season we have one in March at the 3rd of or sorry, the 23rd of March, and on in June, September, and December. These are a bring your own team kind of thing. And all mixed levels are able to apply any rank, even unranked doesn't really make a difference. You can make your own team and come along. And if you're having trouble finding teammates, well, I can tell you a great place to find it, and that is the Halo Fun Time Discord. Right? You're gonna get all your people together. You're gonna meet so many lovely people. All our competitors today have been nothing but good sports all the way through. This is a very open and welcoming community here. We have, and if you want to follow anything that we have going on, we also have our X and Twitch pages available. But we're coming in now to our not our Pika Plasma the posse versus the Blastoise Brutes. Why wasn't it Platoon? Platoon rolls off the tongue.
Would have saved us a lot of tongue twisters throughout this event, as I'm commonly referred to them as either the 3 Ps or the triple Ps. But Rod down here doing as he pleases here, getting the Sneak King and making that camo null and void, and getting a good spot here in the back of gold, trying to control these spawns as Blastoise is starting to push their way out of long haul. One bottom gold steps, be able to get the kill there, and they're starting to make their way behind the first hill here in this map 1.
Big trades everywhere. We're just trying to find a place to breathe here. And here we have Nikki Nobody up on top, being anything but putting fire down everywhere up on this gold position, and you know, watching over the first
Enemy
hill.
team took the hill.
Is the first hill not pit? Am I seeing something wrong?
Yeah, no, the first hill they in the recent update, not
Oh.
so recent, but they changed the rotation here. So first hill will be on the battery side instead of in the bottom of pit.
Ooh, interesting. And this is what I was talking about. This new layout of the hill here on Recharge I was speaking of earlier,
Enemy team took
much
the hill.
harder to survive here than it was previously. You've only got the cover of the last two to play around. And this trade coming in here, the hill is pretty even. However, with Squirrel Squadron, sorry, Pika posse of Plasma fighting fighting here to get it. You know, or it looks like they'll put that on the board there. We apologize as we do have the incorrect information on the top part here. I believe Pika Plasma
The hill.
posse are are the red team here with Rod, Nikki, Benjo, and Ubanik. Not that one.
And then on the other side, we have Blastoise Brutes, who have continued to do a great job in performance throughout this series. They faced a little bit of adversity in the last one, and they're facing some more here in the early going of King of the Hill on Recharge as 3Ps. Getting that first hill that is so difficult to get there in the batteries. 2 down on the side of Blastoise. Actually, both teams right now as it's a 2v2 pushing in to C here. Nikki Nobody dropping the nade there, putting some damage on and trying to clean out the back of the hill here. Getting a bunch of damage here on hill and in the back of Blue Pipe. They're still surviving here and hanging on, milking the clock. It's now they're over halfway down on the second match, the second hill here.
Oh, excellent.
Yep.
Yeah,
3 go down for the 3Ps.
Absolutely. And Rat Hands keep composure here, showing up for their team again, 9 and 8 kills respectively, and you know, really kind of showing you know, the benefits of you know, having these heavy hitters on your team and being able to play off of them.
And playing off of them well. Blastoise have had great team shots throughout this tournament. But we saw early on, Ecoplasma Posse also brings some firepower of their own, and these two teams did face each other early on in a best-of-3 series where Blastoise was able to edge them out, getting a 2-1 win in that series. Keep composure here, staying cool, calm, and collective as he has 11 and 4 coming out of the gates firing, and Rap Hands carrying on when we saw he had that killing frenzy at the end of the last series to close it out. He's still firing on all cylinders too.
Absolutely. As is the man formerly known as Manny Silva here with me, with his luscious locks, and here now is Ubanik with this camo, trying to put it to use. Does get a kill out of it, but does get traded. That's not optimal here because, you know, you really want to be putting that camo to use.
Yeah, I really want to put that camo to use, but it can be so difficult with so many eyes on you trying to get that power up and staying alive. 3Ps here, able to try to even things up here on the third hill.
Oh.
Getting the first couple kills on Blastoise off the spawners here. They're going to continue to milk and get the lead here on this Whirlpool Hill, and they have basically spawn control all the way to the back elevator.
Absolutely, and Pika Plasma Posse here with a point to prove, having lost 3-1 to Blastoise earlier in this tournament during the Swiss phase. So, you know, really putting down a marker here, going 2-1 up at the start of this King of the Hill game.
Yeah, and that's huge, you know. I'm sure they were just chomping at the bit to get a rematch with this team as they only had a best-of-3 series to face them the first time. So not wasting any time here as they are up 2-1, but they're not able to pick up, keep composure, trying to come in here and spoil the flank, but he ends up going down. Same with Drunken Veal. So 3P in a great position here for map control around long haul to back Hydro.
We call them 3Ps.
The 3Ps. Exactly.
The 3Ps featuring Benjo.
Benjo and the 3Ps. Continuing.
Excellent.
There's a fresh camo timer up for that one as it's going to be bottom mid here. couple seconds left on it. Red team here in a good position here, but someone's flying out trying to eat that camo. Great grenade from Benja, make sure they get down, but he gets traded in the process. Who else but Rap Hands to come out with the camo. Who's coming up big for his team? He's gonna be the first one up here on this push, looking to play spoiler on the spawns as he pushes that C plat, trying to stay alive, but somebody obviously sniffs him out. He's down to one shot. Right here is going to be a great position here. If they can clean out Sneaky, it's the perfect. Going to put his team in a great position here to then take the lead on this fourth hill.
Absolutely, and I've got to say, look, fantastic work here, getting as much time as they can onto this C hill. Notably, like the C plat hill is, I would say, the most difficult hill to hold, just due to the amount of advantageous positions you can take up to get shots on it. You know, and unfair fights, and like if Plasma Posse here, the Benjo with the 3Ps, you know, are able to take hill 3, that puts a lot of pressure on Plasma Brutes early in this season.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on them. 3 go down for the red squad right now as Ubnik, the last one alive, trying to just put some damage on the hill. They were so close to finishing off this hill. Keep composure off and continue to lay down damage, but in the process, Benjo goes down over and Sneaky.
Oh my god!
Rap Hands almost shuts the door down completely on that, as both sides here down in numbers. Blastoise gets there first here. There's only a couple seconds left for him to cap this hill for either team. It's going to be a dead finish here in terms of a total push here, desperating this hill. It looks like it's going to go the way of Blastoise.
Yeah, and that's a required hill. Like, I think, you know, Pika Plasma Posse, they've really gotten what they needed off the start of this game. A bit of the, like, impetus, a bit of kind of like punch thrown to the team that did beat them previously. But Blastoise now really kind of coming back into the game and brought themselves back to an even keel here. Going into this bottom plat hill now, it's all about who can play the positions best, right? C stairs, a very strong kind of position there, but also is, Roddy with the shock rifle up here in gold, just making sure that no one is even going to get into the vicinity of the hill, but is caught out here, and you know, will go down, and 3 dead now for the Blastoise Brutes, and one person left on the map basically there in Benjo, getting a few more seconds onto that hill for his side. And as you can see popping up here, you've got a hell of a series ready for you today. You know, after this, Aquarius Slayer, Solitude, Strongholds, Empyrean Flag, and Livefire Slayer.
And based on how things are going here, it could go the distance of 5 games, as it's only a 1-point lead here. 3-2 for the 3Ps here, but they do get flushed out of that last hill. Rod is the lone survivor here on the backside of Long Haul. Gonna be looking to make an early push here into Gold Steps. Ubnik goes down though on the initial push. Rod getting them off of the hill here. It's gonna be a huge trade on the hill time. 2 down for Blastoise and Benjo here. He's in a good power position here to hold the back of gold and to push him out of those spawns. But Blastoise doesn't care. They start flooding the hill from Whirlpool. They're going right at it.
Yeah, and here's Benjo Stark now. Oh, but he don't get stuck. Manages to get that trade off before he dies. Great composure there, and does give his team a chance here. Coming into this hill 6.
Hill 6 here is going to be so crucial. No wiggle room left here as we come towards the end game. Blastoise looking to even this game up here. 3-3. Keep composure. Had the camo running around. Rap Hands holding it down in the hill in the back of batteries. It was a huge win as Lucas continues to milk the clock out here. 3Ps. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get a good angle on this one. They might have to start thinking about the next hill.
Absolutely. I think it's time to counter losses here and hold that seaside. Get yourself ready for this bottom hill, the decider, and just an absolute nade hold.
Almost survives
You
there,
do?
hanging out there. But they get snipped out there easily by the enemy team. As now Benjo Stark and company getting some early
Oh, great
time in
movement.
here in the back
Great
seat.
play.
Gets a double kill.
Oh,
Enemy
Crucial.
team
that
took
was
the hill.
that was like some textbook stuff there from Benjo. Just beautiful play. Anticipated what was coming, put himself in the right position to get an advantageous smack off there, and follows up with the closing of the kill. Could give his team quite a bit of a time lead on this final hill of game one.
Yeah, Blastoise sending two and down into the back of hill to get him off there. He does stay alive, but a couple of his teammates do go down. There's only two members left on the side of red. Make it one. Benjo, the last one, he goes down. So Blastoise now they're going to have control and back Hydro, looking for
Oh,
the
he's
spawners.
very aggressive.
Rod, the first one up, getting him off the hill here. Doesn't care. Continues to push forward here. I like this aggression out of him. It's going to be crucial for him to get an early pick and set it up for his team to get this hill.
Enemy team
Oh, that's
are in
actually
victory.
great. He's really kind of nullified that push there, but the only problem now is that he finds himself still alone on this side of the map. Feels like he has to do everything himself here, but his team have now started to crowd around. They just need to make sure that they put themselves in the right positions here. Great shot, and that will be it. Victory in the first of game of our final here goes to Pika Plasma Posse.
Yeah, and just a fantastic game for them. They came out of the gate storming, getting up to a 2-1 lead, which definitely gave them the advantage. What are you laughing at? We gave them the advantage.
I'm not laughing. I'm smiling. Enjoy seeing this lovely hair that you have grown in 22 minutes.
You know, it is quite impressive. Not sure where it came from. I didn't like it at first, but then it grew on me. As we move into the second...
Are you sure that specifically grew?
It's been a long tournament. We may not remember some things, but we're still here. We're in the thick of it.
Yeah, we're having a great time here, you know. And, you know, it's testament to Halo Fun Time here that we are able to bring games of such high quality. I mean, we saw this, like, early on in, like, maybe game 3, or sorry, round 3, round 4, that this was the tasty matchup, right? This was the one. This was the electric type versus the water type. Old foes. But, you know, that advantage of electricity can only do so much when you're fighting a turtle the size of Blastoise.
Yeah, and keeping in with the themes, it's not a surprise then that the electric type one on recharge does have a bit of a shocking presence. But then we're going to be moving into Aquarius here, which could favor the water type. But in general, though, it's kind of hard to really pick a front runner there, as we had just an absolute back and forth King of the Hill matchup, and the series already is shaken up to have the ingredients for a game 5 on the horizon.
Yeah, and a reminder as well, you know, get yourself ready, you know, get yourself involved. If you want to be part of this great community, be part of this great tournament, you know, or these great tournaments, be sure to check out Halo Fun Time and put yourself down. Maybe get a couple of friends and or put a team together, or even pop in here and you know, ask around. There are going to be a lot of people looking to build teams here in the Halo Fun Time Discord server for this Trailblazer Championship Series. And, you know, it's only what now, 2 weeks away, 3 weeks away? And
Hmm.
I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. You know, 23rd of March. And, you know, just all around like we have had banger after banger after banger in these seasonal championships that we've been running, and we've now gotten to a point where we may be able to start introducing a we might start be able to start introducing prizes that are still to be decided. We'll be using Start GG, but I mean we can worry about that when we get there. Just be sure follow Halo Fun Time on X, Twitch, and join the Discord to get any updates on any of the events. And I mean, it's not just Trailblazers, you know, we have the Pathfinders for our Forgers, we have just a whole lot of LFGs for social games, and what better way to illustrate it than with some of the finest players Halo Funtime has to show you here as we enter Game 2 on Aquarius.
Couldn't have said it better myself here as Keep Composure gets that overshield uncontested there, able to pick up the first kill for the double kill, triple kill. He's got overkill in his sights, and there it is.
Oh,
Overkill
my
extermination to put an exclamation mark on Game 2 early on.
Wow, Keep Composure, you know, not happy at the result of the last game. What did come down to the wire, did find himself in Grenade Alley, and is taken off after in a very impressive opening of 5 kills. And his teammates putting in the effort around him to give themselves a 7-kill lead very early in this Game 2.
Yeah, and definitely a statement here, a bounce back game for him there. You know, I'm definitely a little frustrated at the way that King of the Hill game came out. They decided to take it out on the 3Ps there as Keep Composure's still able to win his 1v1s, not afraid to back down from the fight, as now about over it's an 11 kill lead here, and early on Aquarius Slayer that can look very daunting based on the way this map can play.
Absolutely, we're seeing now they're kind of stretching their legs here. An 11 kill, 12 kill lead now, and you know, I mean, this is early. This is still early game. I mean, we've seen bigger deficits from this be turned around from this early stage. However, you've got to be feeling very confident here if you're Blastoise's Brutes.
Yeah, definitely feeling very confident here. You got a nice lead to work with. You can just focus on trades. The lead's still continuing to grow here. Roivik able to try to get this overshield, throwing his body at it, but it doesn't able to pop it. It's still at the bottom of there. As 3P still, it's cursed. Anybody able to pick it up, they're going to die almost immediately. It looks as if...
Oh, here it is. Can he pop it? No!
Can he pop it? No. Finally falls into the hands of who else but Benjo Stark, who's been the captain for this team and continuing to do great things for them in terms of leading the charge. As he continues to do so, though, takes down Composure, getting 2 kills so far with this overshield. It is burned, but he's going to be the tip of the spear pushing into the back of blue base, disrupting everything, but Drunken Veal sniffs him out easily for the double kill. The lead maintains as they move further along.
Absolutely. And I think the important thing here for Blastoise's Brutes is, yes, you have a bit of a lead, right? But the problem is sometimes you can have that kind of adrenaline pumping, and you can kind of maybe get ahead of yourself. And maybe you're about 2 steps, 3 steps too far forward, and you get picked off. And then things can start to snowball in the opposite direction. Your kills slow down, your enemies increase. So it's all about just keeping the momentum and keeping the awareness together to kind of keep this lead and really put like, you know, a grenade into your own lap. I mean, these things happen. It is absolutely fine. They happen to me more than several.
Just a couple
Great
times.
double kill there from Benjo.
Yeah, nice double kill for Benjo there. And yeah, definitely don't want to see the grenade drop at your feet, but definitely it's just kind of a testament to the intensity that's going on here in terms of like the fast pace that both these teams are playing with. You know, 3Ps are down by a significant chunk, but they're not backing down. They're continuing to run right at their enemies here as the next overshield is up, and it looks like they're able to successfully get it. You have one straggling member of Drunken Veal on the top of P2, and now
down, just 3 dead here. 11 kills now the difference. We're starting to see that lead shrink bit by bit, and now it's important for Plasma Posse to be able to just slowly increase the temperature and start putting the heat, start boiling that broth before Blastoise's Brutes are able to feel the heat. But unfortunately for them, it does look like they've been stopped in their tracks with a momentary all 4 down situation for the 3Ps, just kind of you know, putting a stop to any potential buildup of momentum. And honestly, great job from Blastoise Brutes to recognize the situation and really kind of put an end to it.
yeah, and they've done that before. You know, they've done a really great job of like, if the game feels like it starts to go in the opposite direction, they know how to turn it up a little bit, or at least turn it to 11. And make sure that they are in power to, control in terms of the map and the mode. And right now they're just kind of coasting a little bit, waiting for this one to finish out. On the side of the Pika Plasma Posse, they kind of have to at least just get a little bit of momentum here as it feels
They
like,
need to get a kill. That's what they need. And they got
need, need several more of those to get back in this game, but it looks like they're going to be trying to just build something for the next map.
Absolutely. And, oftentimes, we'll see the first two maps traded. And I think that was the case in their previous game too. But, coming into this series, Pink Plasma Posse, I think they laid out what they needed to do in game one. The only problem now is that they've kind of awoken the monster that is Blastoise's Brutes. Prior to this game, the only map they lost was to the Pika Plasma Posse on their way here to this grand final. And, it can go one of two ways. You either kind of bloody the nose of your opponent, or you wake them up. And it looks like the latter is happening right now.
Yeah, Blastoise definitely waking up and turning it on when they needed to at most. You definitely don't want to go down 0-2 in the series, and they answer back quickly after that first map loss on King of the Hill. Right now, we close it out, keep composure. Nobody else more fitting as he goes 16-8. Saw him come out of the gates with an overkill extermination, and I think he basically said exactly how this game was going to go.
Absolutely, what a statement there from Keep Composure. Really just foot on the gas, no brakes, really turned up for his team there after a very, difficult game one. They pushed them all the way, but in the end, they kind of lost out. And sometimes those ones can hurt a little bit more, and you can feel a little bit of tilt coming into your team, but they turned that energy in the right direction, and they really made a statement win here, 50-37 in this game too.
Yeah, heck of a statement, definitely, as now it looks like they kind of have the reins as we move into the next map and mode. But we've seen a lot of objective efficiency coming out of the Pika Plasma Posse, so could play in their favor here, as it seems as if Slayer might be in the hands of Blastoise. And yeah, I'm curious to see. This is the pivotal map 3 in the best of 5 series in our grand finals for our tournament today. So everything that we've been doing has led up this series matchup here, as we'll be looking at Solitude Strongholds, which should be shaped up to be a really good and competitive map and mode. We've seen these two teams duke it out for the hill on Recharge, and now they're going to be duking it out for that CB control on Solitude. And I don't think we're going to see any of them hold anything back here.
Absolutely. And, coming into, your Empyrean after this, if you are Pika Plaza, or, they won't have been watching. They have their own game to play. But us as viewers here, we saw what, Blastoise Brutes did the last time they played CTF Empyrean. And that was not against a weak team either. They really turned up the heat. 3-0 convincing win on that map. So going into game 4, you might want to have this Solitude Strongholds map in the back pocket.
Yeah, it'll be huge, getting the 2-1 advantage in a best of 5 series puts the pressure significantly more on your opponent, as now they're kind of facing the last potential map as you move further along. But between these two teams, we've seen them answer back. So even though a 2-1 lead would be huge in a best of 5 series, I wouldn't put it past the team that's down to still come back on the 4th map and come out firing.
Absolutely. So I think now we're going straight into the action off the rip here, and this fight, down in the death hole for B is going to be a large kind of indicator of how things are going to play out in the rest of this.
Yeah, B, having that control is so crucial, and going down here in the bottom mid can be basically a funnel of death, especially if you start desperating B and trying to flip it back and forth. So it's going to be really down
Yeah.
to who has the map control and the presence to get all the different angles on it so they can put damage down on them as they start to move. As I say that, 3 go down for Blastoise's Brutes. Now they're going to be spawning into the back of Blue. Oobnik here, able to get the sneaky presence on Drunken Veal and finish out the kill. That was big. And now he's got a couple more over here by Hotel, and he gets eventually sniffed out. And now they're going to be pushing out over here to try to get C control and start building kind of that CB hold.
Absolutely. Keep composure there. Owes Rap Hands a Coke there. Because he was definitely going down no matter what. Or, like, you know, if Rap Hands don't get that kill there. And, I mean, of course we see both of them making their way to Soda just to make sure that that transaction does, in fact, take place. Unfortunately for them, though, Pika Plasma Posse are not, like, ready to just allow them to have a nice leisurely stroll in this game 3 of our final.
Yeah, and they do come out to an early and pretty significant lead here. 48-5 starts ticking the opposite way though for Blastoise as they now have A, B, and C control here, so they're going to really start to erase whatever lead they had. If you're on the side of Benjo Stark and the 3Ps here, you're going to have to be looking to try to start and build something here over at A side. He gets the early pick on Keep Composure, but Camo's coming up here on top mid, and Rod knows it. Be the one in position here as he has Rap Hands trapped over on the side. Some other angles though, put some damage down. It looks as if Keep Composure not going to get a stab at that active Camo. It's still up in the middle. It's the big shiny object drawing everybody out from the woodworks here as Oobnik trades out here in the bottom of ramp. 2 down for each side here. Benjo not able to get the Camo. Another one takes a dive at it. It looks as if the Blastoise was able to come away with the Camo.
Absolutely, but during that entire fight, the benefit of having control, you know, all that time ticked up for the side of Blastoise's Brutes while that was going on, and I mean, that's going to be the difference. One thing you might see here, and I have seen and experienced in the past, is, you know, a false dawn here on Solitude, strongholds, right? Because there is a world in which you can get a decent quick cap of, like, almost a decent quick trip cap, but things can fall apart very quickly here, you know, especially if there's a team like Blastoise's Brutes who can turn up the tempo whenever they need to and seem to have just amazing game sense and knowledge to kind of execute on those plans. So if I'm a Triple P fan here, I'm, like, you know, hoping that they're able to get to a decent sized lead here in the early game.
Yeah, a decent sized lead here. Looks like whatever team is able to get the lead, it slowly starts to go away here. Rap Hands getting the perfect in the pivotal 1v1 in the back of Truck. He's got more damage here in the bottom of the lift. He's going to be looking to try to flip C. On the other end of the spectrum, though, Benjo able to capitalize and get the A. They start ticking away with some time, but the spawns, in terms of having C and B control, do favor Blastoise right now. Rod sort of tries to go in here and start to get B started, but the rest of Blastoise is going to react, collapse on that damage. 2 go down for the 3Ps, and I believe the Camo was already going to be in the hands of the Blastoise Brutes. Oh,
And a triple cap
now it
here
is.
now.
Now it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicky Nobody coming in here now. Important job. Just take as little damage as you can while taking this hill and wait for your team to come around. Great job there. Now has a 2 pushing or 2 watching over from Truck. Gets great shots in, taken out by the nade, and looks like C is going to be there for the moment. Benjo, very important job here. Does go down though, and B could be next here on the cards for Blastoise's Brutes. And these fights are difficult. Yeah, it can be hard to attack when there's so many little ratty places that players can be when they're defending the B. But if you're defending B from B, it's only a matter of time before your opponent is going to be able to put the pieces together and wipe you out.
Yeah, and the Slay is definitely in favor of Blastoise, but the 3Ps doing a really good job with their positioning and when they do have the control of the map here. But as I say, that Keep Composure, able to sneak up behind Oobnik, the bottom of Bandit there on the U-turn. Still got 2 other members here to clear out on B. stalling it out
Unbelievable
just
movement.
a bit, and he's able to get those slays and clean the B off and stop the next round of people pushing into it.
Look at
Battle
how
for B.
little damage he took in that, like, in that fight. I mean, take notice. His movement there to minimize the amount of damage, like, incoming was massive and allowed him to give his team a little bit of an advantage in this fight, or this slog, this attrition that is the B hill.
Yeah, attrition is true. You gotta want it in order to come out on top on this game, as B is going to be a bloodbath, especially in a highly competitive matchup that we have here. As Acting Camo here in the top mid, Rap Hands able to put some damage down. Looks as if Nikki pops the camo, gets the kill.
Oh no, but he's spotted.
Gets spotted and goes down, so camo is null and void as Rap Hands here trying to be the last one to survive. 3 go down the side of Blastoise. Now,
And here it is, Royvich.
shutting down the lift, not letting him up, waiting for the comeback here as the rest of his team be in a good position here to try to cap C, but he goes down.
Yeah, and here now, Benjo Star just getting C on board for his team. They really need to start racking up the points here, because they're under a hell of a lot of pressure, and they all find themselves on this C side with the lone A cap. Doesn't seem to be being prioritized by Blastoise's Bruce until just now. Drunken Veal realizes that he can basically take it for free because the entirety of the enemy team was over on C side.
Yeah, over on C side here, Rap Hands, there's 3 down the side of 3 Ps. He catches the spawners over in the backside of blue, relays it to his teammates here. He's going to be putting the pressure here on the left side as they try to push out of Hotel and try to make something happen. Rod goes down though on the entry frag. Still don't have the numbers advantage. Trying to make something happen here. Potentially maybe try to draw their attention.
An
to
A-touch
B,
here would be devastating.
but unfortunately,
An
they're not
A-touch
able to
here
get
for
it.
Blastoise would be devastating. And they get it.
Oh.
Triple tap now on B is what they were fighting for, and now they have to aggress here onto C. They need to stem this bleeding, and they need to do it fast, because, I mean, that time ticks very quickly when you've got all 3 under control.
Yeah, and they're just Blastoise doing a great job here, just keeping them in the blender over and over again, putting damage on them as soon as they spawn. And I think in general, though, they've had a little bit more of the camo and power weapon control, and honestly controlling that whole side of the map from CB, which is why they have the lead they have.
Absolutely, and I've got to say, I'm definitely very interested to see which draft pick that both of these teams had, because in the draft order, these things can be very important. And while they're contesting B and grabbing C here, I think it might be all she wrote pretty soon, because scoring 130 points here uninterrupted is going to be a bit of a tall task for a team that find themselves cycling very often to the Blastoise Brutes and the unbelievable slaying power that they possess.
Yeah, unbelievable slaying power across the board from them. Keep composure and Rap Hands with 20+ kills, continuing to put the pressure on them and just putting themselves in great positions here. But Benjo Stark, nice double kill here. He says there's still some life left in the 3Ps.
Not today. He'll take this W from my cold dead hands, he says. Just absolutely shutting down that attack. Fantastic work. And now they find themselves just ticking up. Now, get your hands hot again, they were before. And, they've played a lot of Halo today, I mean, we're in hour 6, coming up on hour 7 now of the tournament. And, it's all about now who has the stamina. Oh, excellent touch as well. Ubina keeping the dream alive, trying to get themselves to within 100 points. Oh, and that almost saved his life. Unfortunately, does go down, but lays up 3 dead now on B. And there we dream, Silva.
It's definitely possible on this map. It could be very snowbally. I know Blastoise, though, when they've been in this position before and they know how to turn it on, I think they kind of have a little bit of a buffer here, so they don't have maybe the sense of urgency, but they're going to look to kind of just break it apart here as 2 of them push the C side. 1 goes down, though. Second one down in a bad position. Both of them go down, and the clock is still ticking.
This Piv is Pivotal. There has never been a pivier piv. And I think he won it. Oh my god, he did.
Yeah, I believe so. He was able to
Do
come
that
out there
now.
on top. Now they're creeping closer to the 200-second mark, only down by about 40 points. Continuing to put Blastoise in the blender here. Benjo Stark, a nice perfect cross map. 2 down on the side of Blastoise. They 2v1 the C guy. They're going to clean the C. They have B control, and they know Blastoise is going to be spawning in the back of A here. They're only about 20 seconds down
All
from the
blue.
lead here. Could be a monumental comeback here if they're able to
Oh!
pull it off.
They're within 30 points of victory here now. After being down over 150 points. Just absolutely pulling one out of the top drawer down. He goes, but Raphans finds himself alone in the server with no friends. And down he goes. 20 seconds remaining now. The CB looking pretty tough. And it's all now about making sure you put yourself in the right position if you are Pika Plasma Posse, because there are 2 single pushes going on, one for B, one for C, as the rest start to arrive down to bottom mid, and I think B has become the priority. There are so many bodies there, and it's now up to them. There is 2 seconds remaining to take over, but also 2 for the side of Blastoise's brute. And they manage to come back from the deficit, or from 2 points from an elimination after being so far ahead for so long.
Absolutely
What
insane.
a match these 2 have provided for us. Oh my god. I've said it before, and I will say it again. Are you not entertained?
What a monumental comeback there from the side of the 3Ps, and just a great spark there from Benjo. We saw him get the double kill, and one thing led to another. They put Blastoise in the blender and were able to make it all the way back from about almost 150 points down. But ultimately, Blastoise in the last crucial moments before the clock struck midnight, they came in, swooped and flooded B and came out on top. And that's got to be a huge win for them.
I was just watching it again. I'm sorry. It was just amazing how they were able to just shock all 4 just onto B. They were like, you know what? B. It's B. It's not, we're not going to dance around. We're not going to do anything fancy. We're not going to send one person to C and hopefully we catch them out. No, it's like, they were like, no, eggs, basket, here we go. They capped it, they flipped it, they held it the 5 seconds they needed to, and they came away with the victory in game 3 to put them in the lead of the series.
Yeah, and it's kind of, I don't necessarily know what the feeling is within that group. I know if you're on the side of the 3Ps, you have to feel good about almost squeaking away one of the best comebacks we've seen from Halo Funtime on these streams. And so, but it's also very crushing though to have all that effort to basically make it 99%, and that last 1% to just fall out of your hands has got to be really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we've seen from teams here today that they are able to kind of bounce back from this. Blastoise did it themselves. We saw it earlier with the squad, the Squirtle squad, the little brother team, of the Blastoise brutes. So yeah. But here's the worry coming into game 4 for the prospect of a 5-game series, and that is we're heading to Empyrean, where we have seen a clinic from Blastoise in the previous series.
Yeah, you can usually kind of tell early on how the game's going to go based off of the openings between these 2, and I'm sure Blastoise here, in terms of this map, it's such a crucial opening as you have the rockets available, both snipers available, overshield on the map. And so whoever comes out on top could put themselves in a really great position to get an early cap, and 2 of these teams going back and forth. You either see this one being 2-2 at some point or just being like a 1-0 standoff for a significant period of time. And as I say that, 3 go down for the 3Ps as Blastoise Brood's able to walk away with the Rockets. Drunken Fuel, though, Has to use 2 of them to get the kill. He does end up burning them out. Composure though, rocking the sniper here, trying to make a difference by pushing up into terminal. The rest of the Blastoise pushing through long haul.
Good movement there. Like a split second too late on that drop, and Nikki goes down. But after all that good work, unfortunately, will fall to the pressure from Blastoise Brutes. And a textbook pull here from the great snipe from Keep Composure. And this is why you don't want to see a sniper in the hands of this man who has been putting up clips for this entire series.
Definitely providing us some of the great highlight reel materials. Keep Composure continuing to deliver here as he does end up staying alive. The slays heavily in favor of Blastoise here as they're kind of just pushing the spawns however they want to. They get Plasma Posse down here in S1 and they're trying to make a shot here to stop this flag run from making it past the 50. It does get past there, and I think Keep Composure is not going to have any trouble here sending this one home.
Absolutely. Like, and this is what we were talking about. These guys seem to be absolutely locked in on Empyrean. And, you know, it's going to take something special from the key players on Pika Plasma Posse, or Roddies, or like Benjos, you know, are really top, like, CSR kind of players here to kind of really turn the tide and start, you know, putting pressure on Blastoise to even make it to the 50-yard line.
Yeah, the 50-yard line so crucial in Empyrean. This box-like map is so big, but it could be so small sometimes, especially in this scenario when you got 4 down the side of 3 Ps, and they're also going to be forced to spawn here in the bottom of S1 again. They're not even going to get a shot here to put any damage on the flag runner as they put in the second flag cap here. They are running away with this one here in map 4 as fresh rockets come up. This could be a bit of the difference maker, but Rod gets them putting down, Nikki gets them putting down, and they ended up with the rockets as well. Repulsor!
Wait,
oh my.
Oh?
Almost repulsed it back, but both rockets go down. All 4 go down for 3 Ps, but they do get the needle spawn, which is a little bit better than the being trapped down there in S1. You got a straggler here in Veal.
Ubenik very aggressive here, but you can sympathize. At this kind of situation now, you're 2-0 down against a team that is putting unbelievable pressure on you. Like, Ubenik has not even had a chance, really, to put his gun up in anger against, like, some of these guys. Like, I mean, a lot of these fights here... Oh, but an excellent snipe by Benjo Stark, putting up, some great numbers here on a very difficult team situation. The ball, or the flag, has been returned, and now maybe just a glimpse of life from the Pika Plasma Posse.
Yeah, and definitely, you could just tell automatically all 3 of those kills just alleviated the entire pressure that was put on his team, as now they're able to get out of their spawns here. Now they're, oh my, he almost had a quick one here.
Oh, Benjo goes down. And with that, now we just have Rod, who's the lone player on that. Oh, wait, no. I may be confused. Which side are they fighting on? They are fighting on Blastoise's Brute's side.
I think for the first time in this game.
This is getting a bit tasty now. I wasn't aware that there was as many pushed up at that point. And yeah, Nikki goes down. And 2 left now on their side. They just need to make sure that they do the basics here, right? There's still 7.5 minutes left, right? Just make sure that you clear your side and get a little bit of stability, right? So here they are now. Benjo Stark, like picking up their 14th kill in this game. But unfortunately now is getting collapse spawned by everyone, is managing to avoid all sorts of damage, but will, in the end, succumb to the onslaught of Blastoise's Brutes. And it looks like the spawns are... Oh, wait. Rod seems to be ahead of it here and could come back and do a lot of damage, but he finds himself in a 1v2 and is taken down. Nikki here now needs to make use of these rockets, right? Like, this is the opening you need. You need to alleviate the pressure and allow your teammates to move back up. keeping full shields and not overcommitting is a fantastic idea. Unfortunately, that rocket does miss, but Nikki here just needs to get this one off. Gets no shields onto one, but some great acrobatics here and great shots onto Ubanik, who will now find himself without an overshield and pushed by 2 enemy players. Does get one out of it and almost a second. So unfortunately, the third peak not as successful, but still manages to escape temporarily with his life.
Yeah, and that was the push they had there. Ubnik had overshield, Nikki had rockets. They were in such a great position, but Blastoise, they always do just a great job of being slow and methodical when they have to and picking apart the enemy team, and that's kind of why they're in the driver's seat here in this series as they're up 2-1. They have the opportunity here up 2-0 in the CTF to close out this series and to close out this tournament as the champions. And it looks like Raphan's here getting a little aggressive and knowing that it is on the horizon. Right now he's leading the way for his team 18-9. He's also had some other stellar performances across the board, but on the other aisle, Benjo Stark willing his team into this game, and we've seen them in the last one. Just because they're down doesn't mean that they're out.
Absolutely. And Benjo here doing the Lord's work. He's taking a lot of attention away from his teammates, allowing them the opportunity to make some plays here. Distracted 2 of those players, almost 3 enemy players there for quite some time, and was able to pick up a little bit of an advantage here. So the only issue now is they need to be able to reliably get themselves up to halfway with 4 players up.
Yeah, it looks like they have a little bit of time to do so. Both teams trying to see where the pressure's coming from. Blastoise taking the initiative and starting to push out here on bridge, stopping them over in their training. But Drunken Veal here looking to try to get a flank, maybe being extra ratty here, making sure that he's going to be on these rockets here as the timer ticks away. Feel bad for whoever's going to be lured into that trap potentially. Looks like he's
was that a stick?
I think it was.
And
Roivik.
yeah, Roivik. What,
OS and Ubanik with the rockets. Here's their chance.
So he needs to keep composure here. Does. Needs to get a rocket off against this overshield. Does. So those are 2 good uses of the rockets there. But unfortunately, in the ensuing fight, all 3 teammates, bar the heroic Benjo Stark, go down, and left on his own in a little corner. He is found by Manny a grenade.
Yes, he is. And Raphan's here. They do smell a little bit of blood in the water. They have 2 down on the enemy team, and they're pushing up into their base. They want to close this one out with a 3-0 sooner rather than later. Still able to hold strong here in the back of their spawn. Keep composure, though. Looking to disrupt these S1 spawns. He gets a trade there in the bottom of S1. 1 down for both sides. Nikki trapped over here over on the terminal, trying to push her way out to the 50-yard line. Make a move out to the middle. Benjo Stark always providing the damage and the assist right there and stopping them. The call comes in that there is 1 member left. Keep composure. Hanging out in here in the nook, into the green hall, looking to get an easy back slap, and he's going to do so. A little bit of a backbreaker there if you're on the side of the 3Ps.
Absolutely, and that could be that back smack could be the beginning of the end here now, as time is running out, and you know, there just isn't really enough time to get anything kind of coordinated going here now. And yes, there are getting like needle spawns, but they're completely infiltrated. You know, that sniper tossing that sniper off the map. You know, Robsy, he's still alive. He could have made use of that. But it's much more valuable to ensure that the enemy team doesn't get any opportunity to get that weapon online, even if you're able to pick up a decent sniper 2 with it, because that's kind of the, you know, that's kind of something that will help turn the tide. And unfortunately for Pika Plasma Posse, that's what they need, kind of Hail Mary plays from some power weapons.
Yeah, and Nikki here going to be in a great position here with the Rockets. And they have numbers here. They're pushing up over into their enemy hive. I think this is the first flag pull they've been able to get this round, and no better time than now as there less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Both rockets go out. Benjo cleaning it up in the enemy base. 2 down for both sides, and they have each other's flags. Royvich making his way here around the plasma pistol on bridge, though. He doesn't have to do too much. He could be a bit of a distraction. They don't need that flag cap. Flag goes down as the 3Ps are going to be looking to try to get that. The return coming in,
Field
though,
has a
from
nice
Blastoise. Pivotal 1v1, though. He goes down. There's still
They
time
need
to
to touch
grab
this
the flag.
fast, and they
got it.
do. But the only problem is, so does
Yeah.
Royvich, and time is not on Pika Plasma Posse's side. So this is going to be a 3v4 fight to get this flag back and start a second run, right? So, I mean, there is no more tense moment.
Yeah, all on the line here for them, too. They can't sit back. They're going to have to push Royvich and wrap hands in the back of the base here. But Benjo trying to be the tip of the spear here. Takes a lot of damage coming in the back. But they put 2 down on the side of 3Ps. I think that 3 of them now. They're going to have to completely reset. And you have to think that was final play, the final move in the bag for the 3Ps. Unfortunately, right now, time's just ticking away, and they are not able to stop it.
Absolutely. And like I think we have seen today just a fantastic team that has been put together by the captain of Blastoise Brutes, because you know they really have shown up and put down a marker here, and they could find themselves being a potential like teaming opportunity here coming into the upcoming uh Trailblazer Championship Series.
Yeah, and it wasn't just smooth sailing for them. They definitely faced some stiff competition, and I think they only dropped about 3 maps throughout the day. So quite an impressive feat by them, but they
It
were
was
not
2.
easy. Only 2 maps throughout the day, so
Only 2 maps all day.
quite impressive display for them. And yeah, I definitely would be looking around at potentially a pre-made opportunity for that squad.
Absolutely. And you know, like these kind of like moments, you know, like a couple of the games we saw in that series, they are very typical of our kind of draft and mixed tournaments. So we have like also got mixed rank kind of equalizers. But yeah, of course, be sure to come to the Halo Fun Time Discord server. Get an invite at halofuntime.com and be a part of amazing productions like this, amazing series like this, and an amazing community that will welcome you with open arms.
An amazing hair like this. You forgot to add that one.
Absolutely. Of course.
Love to see it. Love to see it. And we should be seeing you guys shortly here at the end of the month as we'll be moving into the first major PCS tournament that's going to be on the 23rd of March. So be sure to mark your calendars and be ready for that one, as it's going to be a whole day lined up of some awesome Halo with some of the familiar faces as we take a quick peek at our grand final series here. Congratulations to Blastoise's Brutes as you basically paved the way there throughout the tournament, throughout the Swiss pool play. Shout out to everybody else that participated and gave a good run at it. It was quite a good day of Halo and lots of good things to see, and it was a good, enjoyable time for me.
Oh, me too. You know, always a pleasure casting here with you, Silva. And of course, it is all made all the easier by all of the work done on the production side by Stozer here. You know, if you want to give them a little shout, Stozer. But yeah, definitely let's get some love in the chat for Stozer. And for our tournament organizers, My Shot, Shieldsy, Space Crabs, and many, many more staff members here that have worked extremely hard to get these kind of tournaments going from the ground up, and really putting together just an amazing team of people to get this kind of whole endeavor going.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, we just get the pleasure of coming out here and just having fun casting, but all these people behind the scenes are the ones that really put it together. And shout out to everybody that came out today and participated in the draft tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we will see you on the 23rd of March, right back here for the Trailblazer Championship Series. Sign up, you will not regret it.
Yeah, I guess, and with that, we say our final goodbyes. So it's been a pleasure. All as
What's
always,
happening
Delta.
here is a long goodbye.
Always a
Oh
pleasure.
man.
Always a pleasure.
Oh yeah. Great time. Great time. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching. And have a lovely evening for yourself.